New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
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 New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle. New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics. New airdrop vehicle.
New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome back, folks, into our third day of week 2 here in the PMCL Spring 2026. And of course, it's your boy here, Contra, together with Tash Buddy. Lovely as usual. You're looking great. So,
Thank you.
first, overall, we've already had 2 days of action, and now going into the midweek, or should I say, welcoming the weekend. It is definitely going to be an arduous task for some teams to climb into the grand finals, but we've already got some good frontrunners at the forefront.
Correct. Anyways, tadi tu we were talking about a little bit more about like the intro. We wanted to do a little bit of a meme thing, like scuba. I was really hoping Contra would do that. That did not happen. So boo. Anyways, coming into today. Today is the final day of the weekday before we go into the weekend. Again, reminding everyone at home that there are a little bit more days to go as we play catch up, because this is going to be the final week before the grand finals. Yes, correct. If my mind is not going crazy. Every team here, if you guys didn't know as well, the slot distribution is for 7 Filipino teams, 7 Myanmar teams, Myanmar? Yes, correct. 6 PMCL wildcard teams, as well as 3 teams from PMCL that will be proceeding to the 2026 PMGO C Finals if they get through.
That's right, and of course, this has been the entire tournament format for the PMCL League at the very least before we can get to the PMGO Finals. But of course, we're seeking for those top teams in order to find their qualifications. Now, that being said, we are already done with the 2 days here in week 2, and there's only 3 days of play left for them to claim that top spot here in the league. And not only that, in the grand finals, there's a whole lot more prize money to play for. All of that totaling to a whopping $30,000 US. So right now, as much as some teams have already earned their fair share of at least a bare minimum of 100, there are those who are seeking for those 4 digits at the very least if they were to be in the top 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of incentives for these players to do well, and rightfully so, because we are back in an era for PUBG Mobile where people are trying to go really, really far. We have a lot more bigger tournaments now on the line, including some bigger prize pools. So that's why a lot is at stake for most of these players, if not all. Now, grand finals will be this week, and we're currently on Friday of week 2. So we're in the middle of the week. So we're now at the halfway point as well. We saw a shift from day 1, from a fast-paced match to a slower-paced match. I'm wondering what day 3 has to offer. Anyways, if you guys are curious, here are the teams that are playing that have been divided into 5 groups, and only 4 groups will be playing per day.
Yeah, and of course, for today, we will not be seeing the list of teams coming in from Group C. I will kind of miss MSI, GNK, SKC, as well as TEO, because they did actually offer a little bit of terror of their own throughout their course of the run, especially for MSI. They scored multiple chicken dinners from yesterday, so now it is for the rest of Group B to also play catch-up since they have returned from a long day's break. So welcome back, Asia Esports, TTQ, GC, as well as Hive International. Now, this is going to be a little bit more spicy because we know that Hive International, they've been holding on to that number 1 spot back in the first day when YG was not present.
Yeah.
And now that they're finally back, they can still give everybody a run for the money.
I'm very excited for Hive, but one thing about Hive has been that consistency, right? I mean, they try their best to continue their game plan, but it's such a high-risk situation that sometimes it's hard to get executed. A team that have executed that style of play, the high-risk play, very, very well, surprisingly has been 2-4, that is currently at the very, very top of the brackets. 93 eliminations total. They are far ahead of the curve when it comes to going for those kills. And I think the next two that is the next team that is really, really up there is at 62, which is JNK, which I believe isn't even in that top 2 or top 3. They're all the way at the bottom there, because at that point, you still gotta consider that on top of those eliminations, you do somewhat need to be consistent or get those placement points.
Yeah, and I think like that is, of course, the golden formula for a majority of these teams to back the maximum points per round. And speaking of maximum points, we always start off in Rondo, and this is where they could just go as aggressive as they want to. Although certain teams like YG, they don't really need those recall. They want to take it nice and easy and stick to their usual game plan. But of course, if you guys are planning to add a brand new sexy looking hypercar to your garage, this is one way to do so, where you can get your hands on the brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Apollo. The Apollo project Evo and IE has arrived, and it will be in store for another month as you can celebrate to a new dawn.
Yeah, now coming into this one as well, right? When you look at those cars, they look super cool, and I would like to have that on my account. Like, what a flex it would be when you go into the lobby with that as well. Now, let's look at the task at hand here. We have our first game, which is going to be Rondo. Now, yesterday, if we were to go back, Rondo was a very, very interesting map. Granted, it's a slower paced map, but, you know, it was a situation where 214 went completely nuclear, going out with 12 eliminations, and Yangon Galacticos was the team to get that first chicken dinner, I believe, with not only just a chicken dinner, 17 eliminations as well. So in this situation, perhaps each team has a different style of play, because early you can sort of go for that recall. You have a certain amount they can get before, you know, you have to go back into a certain game plan. Some teams go full on early, and it's such a 50-50 as well. You get the revive, fine, you bring your team back into the game. But we have seen teams yesterday camping that revive area as well, so that teams before they hit the ground already lobbied immediately. So you also have to watch out for that.
Yeah, I really do love that these teams are actually coming out with so much of all these massive plans in order to really deny that revive from happening. Because, you know, when Rondo was released much earlier, everyone was thinking, okay, how do we really execute this? They go on a 4 versus 4, and then one guy tries to run out of that city.
Yeah.
Now you will always have one dude camping out. So the task for the other lurkers is to try to seek each other out, or maybe just wait around all those kind of revive points like you said. So we'll see if majority of these teams are gonna stick to this sort of game plan, as we're about to kickstart our Friday evening run here on day 3, week 2, here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League 2026.
I wish we could have a replay of yesterday's Rondo, because even though it was a slower paced game, I felt like we saw a lot of different style of heroics yesterday. Like say JNK's Master Ichi was like what? Playing alone till the very last few circles, right? And he managed to steal 2 before going down in a 1v4, which is honestly insane. We had, you know, YG showing us what a masterclass to be when you are that good individually, holding big parts of the map. And now, since everyone has been able to see all of these teams yesterday play, what do they have in mind? How do we counter teams like Yangon Galacticos that like to play a little bit more toward the mid and long range? How do we go up against teams like, say, 214 JNK before that goes a little bit more aggressive? There's a lot of different ways to approach this, especially on this map, because it is, after all, a more aggressive map for a good reason, because you can come back into the game.
Sure enough, and now with this 2-prong flight path, it does actually scissor around the area of Dancheng, but I'm kind of surprised that not many have opted to move into the area of play, but we do actually see OV moving in the corner. And Miramar have seen plenty of action from the past couple of weeks up till now, and we're already having heavy casualties. KE have already won out that trade, so that's going to be first blood, as I do assume, that have taken place here over onto that course of the corner. That also means that the rest of TTQ, they will have to look to find a different spot for their own. While in test track, since we have the return of Hive International, they are looking to pick up a fight up against members of the side of PNX, I do assume.
Well, and it's PNX that opens up Zeddy Gus. But at the same time, you can always rely on Hive to also get those trades as well. I would love to be able to move our camera to that side, because that looked super hype on that end. Anyways, as we go toward this side of the map, 214 gets a pick of their own. We talked a lot about KE yesterday. I mean, they found a pick off earlier onto TTQ, right? And now they're the ones being hunted. In this situation, it's always very interesting to realize that these early game areas, if you go for these early fights, there is going to be a third party somewhere. And in this situation, for Antra, going up against NGGZ, and I think that the area they're holding is fairly okay near Yulin. But NGGZ yesterday had an interesting day. They're aggressive as heck, but it never feels like they are able to really seal that deal quite yet, except for that one game where they lost 2 very, very early and somehow out-survived the team that took them out early.
Yeah, I definitely do think that was pretty much the case where they kind of overaggressed in many occasions, and it really was a little bit costly. So hopefully this time they will be slightly on the reserve. I say slightly, but there's no guarantees, right? Overall, these teams, they have already got their own DNA of how they want to do things. So they're gonna rush forward, and I think like it's kind of like mistakes like this that have always costed those members of NGGZ. So yeah, that's one member down. Anfra at least finds a trade, but it's far from over because Jarrell's found the other side of his teammates. And this space is gonna be pretty hard to navigate around since there's a lot of open terrain through the temple. So any form of deflates will definitely help in this instance, with Red now pushing outwards. Seems like that member of Anfra is absolutely isolated, despite having 2 members left. I wonder where could the other teammate be? It does seem like Sin is going to be hiding on the other side of the temple instead.
Nice if he does manage to get that timing with that nade. Oh, flips himself. Okay. Did accident. Also does give away his position. This might be really costly for him. Does get a bit of a revive. I remember they haven't really fully stocked up quite yet. He's quite limited in resources. Stuck in a corner, on fire as well. Finally knocked, and yeah, that one mistake with that nade costed him.
Ooh, it's just so rough. For now, I really do wonder if there's gonna be any revives going through for the remainders of the team. Antra did actually bring back 1 member. Other than that, KE lost 2 in the process. Actually, just 1. Another member is just super duper low, and that's Mabru. That's gonna be healing up for now. They're taking some really long trades here inside of Miramar, and that jump shot did not fully connect for the side of Carillo. Interesting attempt, to say the very least, but Mewtwo, you will be able to survive. So that is gonna be pretty much an equal trading on that ground, while there is the rival Min to try to make matters worse for the side of Malburubu. I almost call him Labubu, you know?
Very hard name to mention. Not gonna lie. I am quite surprised how long this 3-way hold is happening. I thought it would be a full send at one point already, but there's a lot of hesitation coming through here. Perhaps lack of info from the terrain nearby. That could possibly be a long range pickoff. It is also very early in the game, so I think this hesitation comes from, hey, I think we're gonna cut noise, wait for another team to make the first move, and then we're gonna leave. But I think 2-4 is understanding that time is ticking. So we're starting to see them get a bit more proactive, just moving around the area, trying to catch a team off guard. And in their situation, I think they only have 1 vehicle in hand. Yeah, only 1 vehicle. So they need to skedaddle, maybe find a different angle to go to go and loot, prepare for that big shift in rotation as well, especially since stage 2 is happening quite soon. And throughout all of this, KE suffered heavy losses while losing Carillo and Campus this early is definitely not going to be easy, since both these 2 players as well do make a big impact when it comes to the team fights and the firepower for this team. So for KE, that's probably why there's a hesitation, why they decided to just really press on the brakes. At the same time, they're also realizing that not only are they dwindled in numbers, they're also getting surrounded. I'm not sure if TTQ realizes this also.
I believe they do realize that there are a certain company on the outskirts, which is why they're also currently in a predicament. As 2-1-4, they're just wrapping around the wings. They're not entirely in the city. If you look at the mini-map, then the rest of the 2-1-4 members are camping on the high hillside. So perhaps that elevated angle might be able to give them some opportunities to snipe a couple of players out. Whereas speaking of sniping there, Rex, now 4X on the AUG. Not exactly the most efficient to really align those bullets, but it at least smoked up the vehicle coming from the side of Asia Esports. Not the kind of start that Asia was really hoping for, as they're just journeying their way through the center grounds of Neon's factory, while on fire goes in rampaging up against Nang X, who's absolutely alone.
I love that.
I believe they are, yeah. I believe they're looking for that spot where there's also a revive point across, and I don't know, Nang X might have actually needed a little bit more help from the rest of GG.
Yeah, that sucks, honestly. Nang X just being there alone, not in a situation that he can be traded. And if anything, that's great for the team. I mean, they're moving in as a pack, they're starting to go aggressive. And speaking of aggression, finally, this fight was a long time waiting. And 214 is the one to get up on top. Now, I am really interested as to how this fight started because TTQ and KE just now were almost in a stalemate. They weren't moving from their buildings at all, and 214 was just sort of surrounding the area. Perhaps they got a little bit too antsy, tried to go for to move around the area, try to find a way out to rotate. But I think, with how 214 had positioned themselves, it almost feels impossible for them to leave the area without actually forcing a fight.
Yeah, that certainly was the case, and now that we see a little shift of the zone, it is very reminiscent of what went on yesterday because it was around the vicinity of Yungu as well as Danqing. Once again, split apart by the river, but I don't think that the water really plays too heavy of a role in the zone. It's only going to be slightly difficult to rotate for those latecomers, so it is definitely vital for teams to start making their way through. As for 212, they've already settled the business here inside of the corners of Miramar, or somewhat the case, because there's still 2 players of KE lurking around. They don't really have to stir the Hornet's Nest for now. As for the rest of Nemesis Esports, yeah, it just keeps getting rougher and rougher. 2 members lost already so early in the matchup, and I'm not quite sure whether if they've utilized the revives just yet. Whereas for the side of GG, quickly looting up as he's got a long journey ahead. Looking for vehicles will also be another trouble for the side of support. Popped off yesterday in some particular games, but other than that, it's a little bit of a long ride for him. Thankfully, he does have that Dacia. Meanwhile, going over on the side of On Fire, Observation Esports have been able to spot one. Should take maybe just a couple of seconds for him to actually go in for the revive though, so OV's got to be a little bit more respectful of that territory while Special X is piling up the pressure upon them, but he's going straight to the crosshair of Rex once more.
Gonna be easy as well. This terrain is rough to work with. Sprays by Kid not actually hitting quite yet. Special X somehow managing to survive by the skin of his teeth. And on top of that as well, rendezvous with his teammates. It's going to be a lot harder for him to get those shots, especially when the possibility of being traded is a lot higher. They have a lot of control of that terrain and that road as well. But it's just a matter of whether or not OV actually wants to collapse on this. The presence of BKE is definitely making them kind of question that. We don't want a full send, and BKE says, if you don't want a full send, we will. So 2 players comes in quickly, and Sky Knock Knock is the first one to fall. As the other 2 realizes, like, yeah, okay, we may have a bit more we can chew. We should leave.
Oh boy. And maybe that call came in a little too late though. Now they're also scrambling for a little bit more of that space to work with. Whereas for the rest of On Fire, they got nowhere else to go. I mean, they're absolutely boxed in from multiple angles. It doesn't really help that drive-by from Black Eagles made matters a little worse for wear. And finally, gets the pick-off done. Pick-up, excuse me. So they lost Kaka. Not really the worst situation. 3 members still pretty much workable. And now it shrinks further and further to the south. Okay, at first I said the river doesn't matter, right? Now this time it matters even more because that corner over the riverbank for Jadena City is absolutely unplayable. So this is just very little room of space for these players to really scavenge for the moment. But Nemesis now getting swarmed over, and it's down to Willem, and it was swift from the other side of the window.
I like that. I mean, they're very systematic. They're not allowing them to, even one player to get knocked down very quickly as well. And the possibility of not getting shot is also really good. Retains your armor, make sure you don't really use too many resources as well. So GC, I believe that this is a more, I would say, stable start for them compared to yesterday as well. So for them, this is how they want to approach this part. They want to either fight Ostia, or they can just rush in and just play by that body of the water, which means that you'll have to worry about one side instead of all 4. But at the same time, there is that possibility of Nemesis pushing toward them, especially since Nemesis are crippled right now. Womb is low. Shades and Dale, I think, already depleted some of their resources. So if they were to take this fight, it would skew a little bit more heavier to GC's favor.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case for the moment. So Nemesis, they're just gonna try to hold on to this Neox factory ground for as long as they can, as much as it doesn't seem to be covered in the upcoming zone. So eventually they will still have to be very ready to quickly get on those wheels. As for NGGZ, they're looking for an entry point from the north side of the map. Does seem to be clear for the time being, but little do they know that the further that they go, there's about 3 teams waiting in line, so they
Wait,
will
KE
still
hasn't
have to
moved?
plow through. Not at all. And somehow, we do see Master Small trying to corner them. Despite being all alone, there is going to be that huge swing coming in from the side of Master Small to absolutely isolate this fight. And now, down to only 1 member left. KE has got no other option than to fight, and that nade tossed a little too wide. It's gonna take only a couple more seconds, but he's got so little space to try to wiggle around before St. Cloud arrives to the scene. So that is gonna be a clean 2-pointer brought back in for YG to open up day 3.
Good, if you think about it. They got nice tag team going on as well. It's all about just corralling the other players to your team. I didn't think they were aware that St. Cloud was super close. Now Nemesis, very desperate, pushes up toward GC that's been holding onto this compound for quite some time. One of them are just so low already. I'm not sure if Papa can actually do anything about this. Jumps out the window, timing is wrong, and Spyro gets him in the end. It's an instantaneous trade by his teammate, so at the very least, it's very chaotic here. If you look at PNX also close by, Austria on the outskirts waiting for everyone else, just push up toward them, limping hopefully. Now, Yang hasn't been found quite yet. OF trying to go for that reset. And Nemesis, one of the players, takes advantage of that chaos to rush straight into that circle. The amount of teams on this northern side is rough, to say the least. And no one can really move because of how hard the terrain is there. It's a high ground to a low ground, and the possibility of someone waiting at the low ground is not going to be easy to navigate. The MEOS finally bites the dust. Takes... No, he actually nades himself. Denies the point from OF, so gotta give it to him. Not gonna be easy for anyone to push through his smokes.
It's crazy how well OF have been able to defend their ground for such a long time. So, right at this moment though, they're still trying to find a little bit more of that breathing space by the corner of the blue zone, and DQ is gonna be taken out the list. Whereas BKE is also popping on the radar, as we are seeing quite a number of all these players going down to the hands of Yangon Galacticos as they take out NGGZ. It's been a good haul of 5, but Yang finally gets spotted, and my, on fire. Starting off so strong, and they still have an entire squad. I say a little too soon, as there is going to be some shots being fired from the side of Asia Esports.
OF just rushing right now. I think it almost feels kind of labored. Nice spray to PNX. No confirmation of that kill either. And Spyro forced to jump out before that car explodes. And they do. That was a very risky play. They could have possibly lost both players at the same time. And HKG finds Spyro. With Kaka barely alive. OF just stops in their tracks. Austria too calls in bit of a barricade just to make sure they have a little bit more space to cover, especially since behind them is that water area they can't cross. So, but it is an open area that some other people, especially YG, is able to take advantage of. So try to dot their I's and cross their T's before things get a bit too overwhelming.
It certainly seems to be a very daunting space for them to really try to even hold firm, as Danching really does not give them any form of an area to really work out. And as for the side of Asia Esports, they are guarding the corners of the river, trying to take on some of the members of YG, while there is 214 on the other spectrum as well. So it is gonna be a little bit of a firm hold for the side of YG to try to assess the situation because they're not entirely safe. Even some of the members will have to swim through. But for the most part, 3 members of YG have already docked themselves over onto the mainland of Danqing, which will be the playground for the late stages of the game. This is just stage 4, and it's just so little room. I think I've said that a couple of times already, but with GG, they're trying to fend off against those members of Observation Esports. Those long-range trade-off really helped them all the way back, so they'll be stuck for now. The question is for how long, though?
That's a
Like
lot.
that over, so.
Sorry, Contra. I was going to say there's a lot of teams on that northern side, right? Especially this terrain as well. I mean, you did mention before that this particular quadrant of the map is almost unplayable because of that. You get a high ground and suddenly the circle shifts. You are wide out there in the open, vulnerable for other teams to shoot at you.
That certainly seems to be the case for the side of GG. So that high ground doesn't seem to be worth all too much for now, all because Observation Esports is absolutely gatekeeping them from this deeper area that they're holding over on the central ground, despite it being pretty much flat with a couple of ridges for them to kind of hide out. But at the very least, GG can just defend themselves for now as they continuously pressure the rest of Observation Esports to move aside. And so long as they don't move, there's just no way that they could actually leave Tooling. So this is just going to be a long-haul trade between the two, but we go back into the three-way battle between YG, Hive, as well as 214. This is where the Titans will take each other out, but it will certainly take a while before we even get there. Plenty of space in between the 3 of them at the very least. As for the side of Hive International, we start things off nicely, still 4 members intact. And I just noticed something. YG have already hit 100 points from today's run, so that is absolutely incredible. They ended up yesterday with a total of like 95 points. So Hive International, gonna gun for more. An entire bunch of YG just on top of that hill, so it will be hard for Monboy to really seek out for more avenues of play, as they do call a cover for their own. I'm not too sure if it's actually wasted because this is just by the edge of the zone. They could have actually saved that for a later play because they're not entirely pressurized to do so. But I absolutely understand Ryman needs maybe a little bit more grounds for them to work with. And I do believe actually the covers are called in by YG instead because they're the ones that need that space.
Trying to see how exactly you want to navigate this. You're kind of like boxed in that corner, the quadrant of the water behind you, blue zone as well. You want to get into the circle. There's Hive, there's 214, and you have to cross that open area and then also another terrain. So I think that's why YG is just really taking their time. And this is where teams can really strike if they want to, you know? Just take out the big dogs from the lobby and be able to halt them in their tracks so they're able to just play catch up here. At the same time, the same thing could be said about the other quadrants of that map. Hence, the no movement. Only from when the blue zone really fully shifts later will we start to see some really desperate moves coming around. And I like how GG has really kind of placed themselves, right? Okay, perfect. Pulls down toward OV, GG has a bit more space, and everyone else on the northern side forced to go for this huge fight, which is why Range is already prepping that nade, throwing it forward, hoping it clips onto YG. And I feel like YG is in a very desperate situation. Marne Boy has fallen, 214 is slowly pushing in, and this is what I was talking about yesterday, that teams can slowly team up and play against each other, especially against the teams that they have already sandwiched. Tell us Cloud is desperately trying to find a way in, hoping to steal away a kill or two, but I don't feel like he's going to be able to find that opening.
Not at all, but I gotta really commend Cloud have done a couple of crazy swings like he did yesterday with a 1v4, and he just absolutely unleashed the unthinkable earlier up against that 214 member, but this looks much more worse as compared to the situation that he was dealing with yesterday. And hence why all these puddle smokes now have been cracked out in the open, and Hive International is just absolutely negating them from stepping forward, and there goes YG They did hold in a total of 6 points. Not too shabby, but we've seen much better days for the side of YG. Not even making it to the ranking points, so this is probably the worst performance for YG. Their worst is maybe some teams' best, to say the very least, so I wouldn't really give them too much of salt for all of that commotion. Meanwhile, Black Eagle Esports, 1 versus 2. The rest of PNX pushing in. Daddy goes over onto the flank side, but baby Young Mi, he's pretty much prepared with his own Molotov, and he brings out that AUG in the perfect timing. And now, down to 1v1. That toss pushes Daddy Goose right out in the open as he brings out the S12K, and it's still not enough to make the cut. That's 8 points already for Black Eagles.
And next, just kind of riding off that high from yesterday, looking real good. Novi as well. Perfect timing on that spray. Hive player just walks straight into that crosshair to his death. Range is here. Range also falls. Kid is doing the most to bring out OV from this predicament. And almost feels like a fortress. You can't really cross. You can't really go. You peek into the window. It's a shotgun to your face. Leo, playing on the outer end, sets up those smokes. If anyone were to cross, would spell imminent death. I think 214 realizes this because see Capo slowly rushing through the area, and I think he's sort of passing by HKG here. Now, these coverage can work out in his favor. He can isolate those kills. Gets them low, gets one, steals him away. Perfectly done. Forced to reload, forced to go for a small little reset. Makes a bit of space so no one jumps him. And suddenly HKG, you could see they're sort of hesitating. Which area is gonna come from, which area is gonna push. So gonna make a bit of space between them. But no one wants to approach. Everyone wants him to push forward. There's Capo on the other side. Cooks that nade waiting in the wings. Nade comes through. Perfectly done. And he falls. What exactly gonna do now? Teammates are all falling. You have to go for a reset. But somehow HKG on the other end finds a kill of their own on the other side of the map. I'm wondering if HKG might be biting off more than they can chew.
It does seem like it is going to be tough for Capo, but at the very least, it's already been 2-1-4. I mean, it's been 10 points already for 2-1-4 for the moment, despite Capo holding on for so long. They were just basically gatekeeping teams after teams and just fighting tooth and nail for every drop of it. And even Observation Esports have been able to back 13. This has been their most outstanding performance throughout the league so far. And they still got the entire squad to work with, whereas the rest of these other squads have been depleted already. Maybe not too much for the side of GG, who still has 3 more members to work with. Those nades being flung across those grounds, and finally they hit the mark! And that will be the end for the side of HKG. Remarkable 6th place finish with plenty of eliminations, and really feels like today everyone's pushing for kill points overall, and we absolutely love seeing it so far. Even Nitrox is still surviving on the far corner of the map. He's just gonna remain safe for now and let the rest have a go at it. Now, this is gonna be a little bit of a scatter for the side of OV, dealing with both GG as well as another member hiding between those cracks. It's gonna be Capo launching an attack up against his fellow teammate, so Rex is keeping his hands busy, and OV, this might just be a really tough one to cut through. He spots a leg, and Rex now adds in point number 14.
Gotta give it to OV. They've not only managed to survive as a 4 through this very, very tricky circle, but they're also sort of moving around the map in a very, very clean-cut way. Identifying where the holes would be happening, which part of the train might be inhabited. We go in for a surgical little spray, a kill or so, and then we go in. GG is still fighting back though, so this final circle is definitely not gonna be the easiest, especially since it's so packed. But PNX emptying a whole clip onto GG, not finding anything out of that as well, as PNX forced to move together with that blue zone. OF close by as well, but if you ask me, it's OV that has a lot more circle control. They have vehicles, they have a little bit more space, and they have the freedom to move around the area and also the numbers. Somehow through all of that scuffle, OV did lose one player, as OV is getting picked off bit by bit, makes it 2 now, so a little bit more of an even playing field across all the 4 teams left.
I'm just really surprised that Irex was undetected throughout it all, but now that he deployed a couple of smokes, he's receiving a little bit more attention coming from 9X, but the trades are good. Archer now runs out in the open, and eventually he will crumble into the top 3 to say the very least. Also, didn't really expect PNX to finally make it into the top 4 here. So massive improvements coming in from teams who are desperate for those points, and I believe that they're still on the right trajectory to fight for the top 16. Whereas for GG though, it's been a long fight. We saw them from the hillside pushing through up against the side of Observation Esports, and it's been pretty much a stalemate between these two teams. But with stage 8, this will change in a matter of seconds. Play though, big nade, 50%, all clipped towards the side of the member of Observation Esports, but that was not enough. It does seem like OV will not be able to go for the revive, and one member is being stuck by the far end of the corner. GG could find a big turnaround here.
Covers come by. I'm glad that OV is able to, well, not quite yet, recover his teammate. You really want to, especially in this situation. Understanding that GG wants to sort of bait Leo out into the open. Because he's taking too long there, he's going to try and go out by himself, but bit of a mistake pushing out into the open. No cover, nothing. Great job by GG to be able to turn things around and play as a team. They have a nice pizza cutter crossfire setup as well. OV had the highest chance of winning. They had a 4 versus 2 versus 1, and somehow perhaps their over-aggression costed them, and GG took that chance to turn things around. So congratulations to them. That's your first chicken dinner of the day.
And that was a very hard-fought victory between GG as well as Observation Esports, both bagging huge points to, of course, secure themselves a good spot at the very least. GG now walking away with a massive win. They will surge up the list though, and of course, support as well as 9X, they have been very consistent from the start of the match all towards the very end. We saw them from the southern side. They were gate kept by Observation Esports. Thankfully, the zone did favor the two of them, so the fight, as much as it was drawn out, GG, they had that tenacity. They found some openings for them to claim that lower ground eventually, and eventually pushes out Observation into those open grounds, leaving them absolutely vulnerable. So we check out the highlights, and what we do, come back, we'll elaborate further.
That was a really intense match, and I'm liking the fact that out of all of these, like, I feel like the usual suspects, excuse me, at the top side is not quite there. And understandably so, it was a very, very tricky circle to deal with. Not only was it at the most competitive or hard to navigate quadrant of the map, it was also a very, very intense hardship down south. GG214OF shows us that they have the capability of dealing with whatever curveball the map can send to them as well, but it's OV that comes a huge this particular game. They had 15 eliminations throughout this entire match. I believe toward the last 2 circles they're already on 13 eliminations. Despite not getting that chicken dinner in the end, they did still manage to secure an insane amount of kills. The same could be said by the other teams as well, as we are going to get GG7 support onto that MVP title. Give him his flowers. His name says support, but does he really look like a support?
Nuh-uh. This guy is an absolute animal of a carry. Well, of course, it doesn't sound too much like a compliment coming from me, but he is absolutely aggressive on his approach, and overall, he also does a little bit of a supporting here and there. It's just that, he is just better. He's just so much better when it comes down to those duels with those 5 knockouts. It is absolutely absurd. I do believe those knockouts were in the form of Observation Esports members, because they've been fighting for at least 10 minutes or so without any form of stoppage. So with that being said though, Observation Esports have bested the rest of GG by only 2 points, all due to the differentials of the elimination points. Whereas 214 Pro as well as OF were actually putting up some significant numbers on the frags together alongside with PNX. Everybody gets a little bit drop of points here and there, but this is definitely leaning towards the higher numbers with an average of 6 across the board. So we're definitely looking at the rest of the day on Erangel matches. Will this continue to be a trend of teams coming from the middle of the pack to be pushing through? Because seems like YG have not really found the usual formula just yet. Well, maybe it just takes a little bit of a brush up since this is just the first game of the day. You can say the same about Asia Esports. We have such a good start back in day 1. So we're definitely looking forward for more action coming to our way. So let's take a quick update as well onto the overall rankings.
Wow.
YG still surging all the way up, but it's 101 points as MSI is at 100, who's not playing for today. 214, that's a 50-point disparity right now, so it will take a while before anyone reaches to 214 Pro.
Yeah, when you look at how it is, Yago Galacticos is really quick at climbing up that ladder. The consistency is there. While they did not get the chicken dinner that they got throughout yesterday, but this game is still a testament as to being consistent enough with your points. You may not go out with any placements, but at least that 6 points will still sort of float you up to the top of the charts compared to the other teams, and still will be able to sort of like bring you forward. Progress is progress, and Yago Galacticos shows that. Today is day 2 that they're playing, and they are already so far ahead of the rest of the teams that had already had 2 days under their belt compared to the rest. They have already overtaken MSI, who are high performers yesterday. So I think 3 back-to-back chicken dinners they managed to get. So that's also something to talk about. Regardless, as we go into the more I say familiar territory of maps, we are gonna go for a quick break. After this, Erangel will be coming right at you.
Welcome back once again as we bring you to another exciting map of the PMCL. But before we even get there, of course, we have our friends at PUBG Mobile, Bam Bam, as well as Mini, joining us and releasing a brand new single, Cover You, that's coming up real soon as you guys can team up for everyone, have a big blast of a party to celebrate the 8th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So happy birthday once more to PUBG Mobile. It's been many years, and we're looking forward to celebrate even more as we go into the Big 10 in another 2 years' time. But Big 8 is still quite the something, and you know, throughout those rounds that we've had, and of course of celebrations, this one's gonna be even bigger. So I'm looking forward to the brand new single. And Tash, round 1 in Rondo definitely was a change of pace, a change of pecking order as well, because we saw so many of all these titans from the past week. They eventually crumbled to the pressure of the zone in the corner of Danching. But could this be a brand new shift that is going to be a trend for today, or are you still expecting maybe the Titans to still rise back up now that we're moving back into Erangel?
I think it's so heavily influenced by the circle. I think this map, it is not really a team that's dictating the tempo of the game, rather the circle that's dictating the tempo of the game. Like it or not, all of these teams are forced to fight. You want to rotate over, you have to take the fight. You want to go into the zone, you have to take the fight. OV especially, I think they did a pretty long rotation. So because of that, they had to fight so many teams, they had to cross so many areas. I think they were fighting from, circle number 2, just so that they could even get to the area they were getting to. For me personally, I think for their performance toward that final circle, it was a fumble. That should have been their chicken dinner. They had zone control, they had advantage in terms of numbers. Unfortunate for them because they were a little bit too aggressive. Maybe call it a little bit more of an overheat if you want. They got picked off by different parts of the map. So because of that, GG was able to, you know, to pick them off and get a chicken dinner. Regardless, for them, I don't think it really matters. They're still at the top spot. They're still, with the most eliminations. So this kind of like brings back what happened yesterday on Rondo with Yango Galacticos, but in this situation, it felt a little bit more force of fights rather than tactical fight. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely does make sense. Like, looking at that situation, I do agree that, you know, it looked to be OV in control for most part until they kind of scattered apart. Their attention was being drawn over on the outskirts and everywhere else. Eventually, it allowed GG to eventually close in. Now, I do have the usual suspects, though, which I do agree. It was very heavily influenced by the zone. So
I like that KE pick.
Yeah, I think it was. We were further convinced from yesterday, right? Like they can really fight almost anybody, given the right tools to do so. So with 20 seconds left, I think like we've seen almost all kinds of outcome in the matchups. We've even gotten that Sonasco military base yesterday. So today, no surprises. If it's going to be something neutral, I think it's also going to be great because it's been a while since we actually have something that's somewhere towards the center. So we will have a look in a short duration as we jump into our first matchup of Erangel.
I love the fact that you can never really tell what to expect in every single game. Day 1 was really fast, day 2 was a lot slower, day 3 was like, what the heck is this circle? So on, so forth. I am a big fan of this uncertainty, and I'm sure fans at home are feeling the same way as well. After all, we love tactics, but we also love the RNG and the scramble that we see all these teams have to go through. I'm sorry, if you are coaches, if you are players and you listen to this, you're like, no, Tash, we don't like those circles. Well, I do. So, yeah. Regardless, coming in from the western side all the way to the eastern side, Yasnaya will be the last spot on that. Lower side is going to be a pain just to reach. I wouldn't be surprised if people still would try to reach there anyway. Curious to see if we are going to be seeing more hot drops. We saw it yesterday. You can do teams. Which team was it? The NGZ versus HKG yesterday happened. So, too bad we're not going to see it today. So, is there going to be someone else that wants to take that fight?
Very likely to be so. And I think, like, overall, we still have HKG around. We have NGZ. So,
yeah.
it's
it's still going to happen. But I'm not thinking, like, after yesterday, right? It was like a 2-1 in favor of HKG. So like, are we gonna have a different team fighting, right?
Very likely same old,
wait,
same
hold
old.
up. Can we have like a count throughout this entirety of this week? Let's see what's the score.
Okay, we have 1 win for HKG and
2 for IGGZ.
2 for NGGZ so
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
So I think like overall it is still somewhat, neutral between the two.
Yeah.
It's really down to, some of the odds. And right now with this direct passage of the flight over North Point and the circle is kind of surrounding the area as well. So we will definitely see them finish this entire fight. But Gerald, what's he doing in the center of this area?
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you, production, for bringing us to this part of the map. This is the matchup we've been waiting for. Yeah, place your bets. Who do you think is gonna come up on top of this one today?
Well, at least they started off nice and easy. No shots fired just yet.
I mean, it's Yasnaya, right? It's urban, so it will take a while, but. I think yesterday we saw, I think 2 of those rounds they were like immediately early fights. One of them had a knife, by the way. So, I think Xiao Jia might be in trouble.
It might just be. I think that the rest of the NGGZ, they're congregating. As much as we say this is like an urban fight, but how many times have we actually seen these guys go at it from start all the way up to the finish line of their fight, right? Like from sometimes 10 seconds into the game, they're already drawing weapons. So, right now, HKG, they're allowing them to try to pass into the territory. They don't really have to do anything too drastic. They're just gonna find a way to also come right into the fold. And now everyone's into the same corner of the compounds already. Unloading a couple of all these throwables as they do find an opening. A 1-for-1 trade. Mankey also goes down. And now the tides have turned, and this time it's in the favor of NGGZ.
GZ, great opening and also pickoffs. So the players still very much able to be picked up, so Gerald will be brought into the game once again. And HKG, I'm really hoping for them to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe either go for a pickup or go for a fight while this reset is happening. They're taking way too long, and because of that, Gerald's already back in that game. So they jump out, they push through. One of the members go down in Xiao Jia, and the rest of HKG fall to smithereens. And currently the score between these two teams in Yasnaya Polyana is 3-1 in favor of NGZ, and they're saying get out of our town.
My. That was absolutely clean. I love the way that they've been able to really seek out every single one of these members of HKG in a full wrap-up. And that didn't even take like a long trade between them as well as HKG. I think the ideas was right. It's just that the execution from the side of HKG could have been maybe a little bit better, as they were just basically trying to react into the side of NGGZ. So I guess we just gotta wait for the next map for this to once again take place. See if they can bite back, but oh, goodness gracious. BKE arriving to the scene to take on Yangon Galacticos. This is nothing that we expected, and they're trading well. Frenzy barely alive, so who can we say about the rest of Yangon Galacticos? Down to Smile. Final member remaining.
Man,
Wow.
this is insane. Honestly, this is absolutely insane. I was not expecting that to happen. Not this early, and definitely not by BKE out of all teams. But I'm liking that they're riding off that high from map 1. They were aggressive. I think they ended the game just now with like, I think, a pretty high amount of eliminations. So in this situation, while you're feeling hot, while you're feeling confident, you know what? Go for it, girly. Like just go. And it does make a difference when you have a good start of the day, a good start of that game. In a lot of situations, mental plays a big part in these things. When you are feeling uncomfortable, when you are feeling unsure of how you're going to be performing, it translates into how you perform for the rest of the day. And I'm liking the fact that BKE is showing us that they can shoot, they can make waves happen. And I think that if this keeps up, they should not have too much of a problem rising to the top of the ranks either, so long as they keep this form.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a tsunami, man. Like, one thing to also look at is like, first of all, I guess YG was feeling a little bit out of that element because when they saw that this flight path was starting off over onto the North Point, that means zero access into areas that we usually have spotted YG to drop into Novorupnoi all the way down into the island. So they did not really identify that, hey, there's actually another team by the corner of the hospital, and for them to also erupt to really take on the fight without even holding back. Now that was the biggest surprise factor to all of us watching, that they certainly have absolutely overwhelmed the entirety of YG. So now with only one member left, I am not keeping my hopes high for the side of YG to be able to pull a miraculous run, since this is still going to be, 8 more phases to go. We're still at stage 1, TTQ. Now, gonna take on this squad that just wiped off 3/3 of the members of YG, and they're also starting pretty nicely, getting the tags over onto Mewtwo. Sky Knack Knack got their eyes on all members, so as much as they're thinking about blockading this bridge, it essentially doesn't matter too much because there is multiple access into the North Point. And this drive-by looking a little dangerous though, but it does open a couple of shots for Mewtwo to try to look for a trade. And so long as BKE actually sends more members to help out Knack Knack, they should be able to convert.
A lot of pressure felt by BKE here, especially since CTQ has a bit more of that hold to that bridge, so crossing is not going to be easy. Moving outside is also not going to be easy. These smokes will make it a little bit easier for them to cross by, perhaps make it an illusion that TTQ had already repositioned themselves to the other side. Now this circle by all means is getting a lot harder as well, since it's not the most hard shifty, but it is toward the northern side of the area. There's a body of water they have to cross for some of these teams. Now for TTQ, in my opinion, it's a little bit harder for them to rotate out, just because BKE has the option of moving to the other side of these buildings to rotate into the area, potentially passing by 2 and 4. But instead, this team said, you know what, just because it's a little bit more hard for TTQ, let's pressure them a little bit more. Let's push out. Let's go and bring this fight to them. They're very, very confident, very, very hot. Good sprays coming around, does clip to one of the members of TTQ, minus a bit low. And you can tell that he's desperate to rush away from this area. I don't think he might be able to get out alive. He does. Barely by the skin of his teeth. But we have a car chase happening here because BKE is looking to chase forward. Minus still has Mewtwo in mind. So that pickup is happening. No. Spoke too soon, baby young me, sis. You thought.
My. I don't know what they ate, but they're looking absolutely clean so far. 5 points already, and they don't really care if the blue zone's gonna slowly devour them. They're just eating everyone else for breakfast. Although it's already the evening. But anyways, TTQ, they were forced to run, and same fate. From YG to TTQ, they just basically leave one member on the map just so that they could send the message like, okay, these guys have done the number on us. And the other team that has been able to also match was NGGZ, but does that really matter? As we do see Lucky, he's being forced into the waters, and it is going to be a rough call. 214 Pro, they're swarming in, and then Lucky is just lacking a little luck today.
Again, it's such a northern side circle, right? The mad shift from all the different parts of that lower side of the map is going to be really hard to deal with. It is still very early, so that blue zone doesn't hurt that much quite yet. So like 2 and 4, taking their time is not necessarily a bad thing. There's no need for this forced mat dashes. And BKE was like near Giorgio Paul just now, was like, it was such a good call for them to take the fight toward TTQ, be a little bit more aggressive, pressure them, especially since they had more of that land advantage. Personally for me, if I were TTQ, I would have maybe gone up the bridge to the northern side and find a different way into the area. But I think that they were caught off guard by the amount of speed that was was going on from that previous fight. Now coming in as to this side of the map, Hive is still around. They had a stellar day one. They got a chicken dinner as well. And I think they are still trying to find that foothold to bring themselves back into that game. So with OV around, I am sort of hoping to see them go for that full fight. And Clay Jr. punished for being a little bit more aggressive. This tag team style play looks good on Hive, and on top of that as well, Monboy with a spray is just gross.
My goodness. Usually you see those sprays on a TPP view, and then he just zooms in into FVP, and he still took that crazy gyro swing. That was quite the something that we're witnessing coming from the side of Monboy, and now we move forward to BK versus YG round 2. Baby Young Me and Co. this time will wrap up the rest of YG, leaving no points for them to take home. Well, as much as it was a double knock, they will be able to go in for the revive, but this will halt them from moving into the zone. This will further confirm that it will be around shooting range as well as Severny. So if they were to move into the south, there is going to be GG that will try to gatekeep them. So what is going to be their take later on, we shall find out. Meanwhile, moving into Severny though, right to your X. We've seen him plenty of times holding out by himself, and once again he's doing so, being all alone inside of the city of Severny. Whereas the rest of NGGZ have also seen some movements coming out of Asia Esports. Jaro looking to actually pick one apart. There's a couple of warning tags. And oh, that almost actually took him off the vehicle. Meanwhile, MM's been sent out to remove Liz Boy as well. So they still back one against the side of Asia. It's been 5 points ever since they've already taken that massive win inside of Yasnaya. And now looking for even more. Eventually can actually wrap around to try to look for more of all these stragglers around the corners of shooting range. Whereas ATHR runs right into the doorways, and it's Capo already waiting him out. And 2 tags, all it takes to remove Afra out of this game.
You know, Athra, they're one moment they're very aggressive. They are a team that you could tell that really wants to go for these fights. Sometimes they're too passive, and that passiveness is the outcome. This that we see just now happen on the screen is the outcome of that. So they need to be a little bit more proactive in this situation. So probably maybe there was a hesitation in the calls. Maybe they just wanted to, you know, kind of like wait till later to go full send on that fight. But sometimes you also need to be a little bit more flexible and say, okay, we're being attacked. There should be a different way on how exactly we want to be approaching this, because it didn't feel like they were expecting that hard of a push toward them. Now coming into NGGZ, our victor for the Yasnaya fight this game, their eyes are still very much distracted by OF, and OF, I think they had like a really rough start in the beginning of the day as well, so they're just staying put. They don't want to be noted quite yet. And speaking of being in a very, very rough spot, I think it might be the same for GG here, who I think they were the ones who wanted to push out to a BKE and start this fight, but it's them, their front liner that's already falling. But
Oh,
how the turntables?
Oh boy, Frenzy barely alive. Thankfully, he did actually pop a couple of boosters to still recharge just enough health for him to keep himself steady. Meanwhile, support 1v1 up against Baby Young Me. The phone member can only wait for the meantime, but Kane is taking a swing and it's looking real good. Ranzer barely alive. 2 members limping and barely seeing anything at all. He's trying to sift through the smoke and run straight into crosshairs. And my goodness, point blank, support still pulling those strings. And now it's only 1 member left for the side of BKE. Ranzer can finish the job, but he says, screw it. We did not want to waste any more time here, but he is having second thoughts to try to eliminate the final member remaining coming from the side of BKE. It took too long to wrap up the fight against YG as well as another squad in the area of South George. And because of that, they lose 3 members, but in the form of fights, they've already received 9 points. So if they get 1 more, they should be happy enough, but we'll see what Kane is going to be capable of as he drives further into shooting range. This is barely the zone, so he's just trying to find any form of cover that he could.
Oh my god, he got dinged so hard, he's barely alive! Oh my gosh, how is he... What in the Matrix? Okay, never mind. Camper finds him in. Okay, good job. But BK is a different beast. different beasts today. I mean, shut down, but at that point, I think everyone's scared of them. Now, GC will be the one to get them in the end. Looking at Crazy, I think Crazy on day one, I think he had like a really rough start to that day before finally having a pop-off moment. And now today, I am very excited to see him back into the fray, playing once again. Now for NGGZ here, looking really good. They have a corner of that map, you know, with cover and space to play with as well. But it does make me a little concerned if a team decides to just corral them in that area. So that is going to be something that could potentially happen, but have to really worry about that quite yet, since iTurk as well as Spyro are in a very desperate situation. Rushing toward the corner, sprays out. Yeah, Minar very ready for him. So thank you very much for the point. Almost it just delivered to my doorstep.
Yeah, I guess he got no other option but to full send it out there. So that bunker created by the side of NGGZ was absolutely worth the while. Now that they do get a couple more free vehicles, meanwhile, MM still working at it, depleting those Aja member. Joseph just splattered across the ground. He's shooting into thin air. He's thinking that he's hiding inside the smoke, but even if he does not continue on this assault onto Joseph, eventually the point will still be claimed by them, unless if OV changes their direction to try to snag that point away. Meanwhile, we go back to just side of GG. Ranzer in the same predicament as the final member of Black Eagles, being pepper sprayed by the rest of the other teams that's around the course of shooting range. As much as, you know, a lot of teams, they hunker down the spot over in the north, but this has shifted towards the high ground over the south side of shooting range. So it does give Hive International plenty of space to actually control and play with. And I'm pretty surprised that, you know, there's not too many teams around that area of play just yet, because they're just absolutely locked out here in shooting range. And it will continuously be the case for another good 2 minutes before they will have to make their plans to move off of this terrain. And Observation Esports, despite only having 2, they're not going to let loose of any GC members or even Ranzer, who's currently stuck right there. And we will move over to playing more action between PNX and NGGZ.
This is a very hard terrain to navigate. You wanna go into the circle, you have to go downwards as well. PNX rushing up toward Gerald. Nice sprays all around here. It almost feels like he's trying to bait for his teammates, but PNX just not close enough for him to receive. Simple Vein slowly making his way up. I don't think that Gerald's seen him. Nade should give the game away there. So perfectly well done with him and Dice. But you gotta give it to NGGZ. If there is one knock, there is always gonna be an instant reply. And MM waits in the wings. Cannot push out of this shack either because of the molly. Dice is rendered fairly low. Nice nade. Wow, how the heck did that happen here? So NGGZ does get eliminated finally. And I'm not surprised. There's just so many teams waiting for these full send 4v4 fights. And if you're out there in the open with no space to work with, those nades, those mollies will basically kind of like seal the deal on your death.
Yeah, I'm starting to become a fan of PNX's approach on some of these fights, right? We have Dice literally doing the bait and switch on that vehicle, and then he lobs that golden grenade to eventually seal the deal off inside of NGGZ, which a lot of teams like Aja didn't manage to do. So, speaking of Aja, Top slowly bleeding out as he's trying to take the last hoorah up against whoever's out in the field, but that is quickly spotted by Crazy yet again. GC on the rise, now in the top 7. 2 points accrued. More to come if they could actually take out the rest of PNX as they're preparing every grenade to be lobbed at them. Quite the distance to cover though, as they're slowly marching their way through. And that will eventually keep them at bay for now. Not that PNX could actually move too far off, despite them having a couple of vehicles is already slowly being shred out by the side of Crazy. So they will stay put. Like it or not, they will have to take this fight. How many more grenades do they have? It does seem like they will have plenty to try their chances up against the entirety of GC, as the fights look to be pretty much a stalemate at this point in time. Not really connecting any firm of all these drop some nades. With only 2
Yeah,
members
how
left,
many-
we can see. Well, yeah.
I was gonna say, look at how many teams are on the southern side there, and they're not even moving. They're just waiting in the wings now that circle shifts has happened. So 2 and 4 making quickly into the area. I don't think Ranzer has been seen quite yet, but now the final stand happens between these two teams. PNX rushes through, and both teams suffering heavy losses. And you know what? Hive will be the winner in the end. That's been waiting for at least 2 minutes for this fight to hit the climax. And all they say is, hey, we have high ground. Let's just spray everyone down.
My goodness. And all of that effort in vain coming out of those members of GC. Well, at least they back a couple up against the rest of PNX, but Hive, the timing on that swing, the timing of that rotation coming from range, have secured them 10 points. And it was just a walk in the park, literally. So, Hive International now finds that big tenor. Still super healthy in comparison to the majority of the teams that are still inbound. 2-1 forward taking this fight up against the side of Nemesis as Momboy, once again, Hive strike true, and they want to join in the parade as well. This is very much like the way that YG played out on the first day. You go for third-party action, you don't need to be in the middle of the mess, and they're just basically clipping players after players.
Trying to see how exactly their pathing is gonna go here, because if they're not careful, because especially since they are sandwiched, there's a high possibility that they can't be saved since they don't have a lot of space between them. It's gonna be Raimon that gets a bit of damage onto him through the smoke, through the chaos. You can't even tell where it's probably coming from here. Zoom tries to just prone forward, moving in tandem with that blue zone. It's such a hard place to navigate because it's such an open area, barely any tree line, barely any terrain. His buggy is also on fire right now. I am very concerned for this guy.
Ooh, thankfully he did manage to get a little bit of a cover through the trees. The Ryman so far, he was just relentless, tagging on to so many players. He's unloaded so many clips of bullets. Now he's only got 100 more to spare on his reserve. So, I mean, if I'm in their position, I would do exactly the same move. If you're having all the advantages through the high ground, and with them being masterful in mid-range assaults, they're just gonna take claim wherever they go. And one more in the hands of Pretzel this time around. Whereas Nemesis, they understood that, yeah, they are kind of stuck right there. They can't afford to progress. And finally, the nades will connect. It took them long enough to seek out Ranzer, and he bought enough time to reach the top 5 at the very least. Observation Esports, after taking the #1 spot through eliminations of Rondo, they're once again in the top 4, but they're trying to see if they could start to challenge the likes of Hive International, or perhaps even that Lone Ranger of 214 that's currently segregated from the rest of his teammates.
A lot of noise. Hoping to bait 2 and 4 out, perhaps. Okay, here you go. Mix out in the open here. Let's join in on that chase. But it's a better, I think, situation for Migs. Not anymore. Never mind. I didn't realize his car was actually on fire here. Gets the heal, but you do not want to be near that vehicle. That vehicle will explode. There we go. He decides to explode it instead. So now it can be used for cover. So, looking at positions, Hive has a little bit of the spine in the middle of that circle. They have the outer side of the area. But ultimately, OV at the northern side there is in a better position. They fumbled the chicken dinner on the first one. Hopefully they won't do it again this time around. Granted, they have a bit more of space to work with. They have this terrain to kind of hide behind. They have a little bit of cover and as well as spacing from the other 3 teams, so they can choose to wait for the rest to go aggro on each other, then just unload a hail of bullets and steal away eliminations, just really push them up there on that ladder. As Pretzel rushes forward, Wom's already down, so he's trying to see whether or not Demi OS will show his hand, and since he doesn't, it's gonna be an instant trade or instant take of points, moves to the vehicle and reposition once again. You do not want to be caught out in the open like this.
Yeah, that's for Petzold. He knows that there's still somebody lurking around, and he decides to go ahead to tack onto the members of 214 because they're moving so late into the scene. hugging by the corner of the zone. Nemesis eventually have been sought after by the side of Pretzel. And there we have it. 2-1-4. Absolutely shredded apart. Only one member left, still hiding within the trees. And it's Capo, the Minuteman, as he tries to take a swing. He is successful in doing so. But he will still crumble in defeat with the backing of Ryman. Still go in for the revive before taking on Observation Esports, which, like you said, they made the better smart play. Take the lower end of shooting range and get a little bit more of that advantage in the zone. And now they will start to pick apart those members of Hive International after they were fixated on towards 2-1-4 Pro instead. So this becomes so much more doable. They gotta take out Momboy because he's currently relaying that info of the whereabouts of Kit for the most part. Rex is the only one going undetected for the meantime. 3 members gathered all around, and that nade did some chip damage though, so this is gonna be a little concerning. But this is also steep for Hive to kind of descend downwards to find him.
They have the circle, but this terrain is already making them have a huge disadvantage. Now, Kit's position, they haven't been noted that he has already moved toward that right side. So there is chip damage onto Hive, and Hive is doing a great job of making sure they play as a team together. Be in a position that you can trade off one another, you can double swing, you can shoot together and just really get those TTKs quicker. But they haven't really been able to figure out where exactly Rex is, and the perfect spray comes through. And almost trade as well. Unfortunately for Hive, not able to secure that makes it even harder. But at the very least, Rex's position has finally been noted. Runs away from his life, jukes that nade. Barely gets him. As Kit tries his darndest to pull away the attention of the other members of Hive. 2v3, much more doable, but did not know that Raimon had already come a lot more close. Rex all alone, a 1v3. What are you gonna do here? Raimon is low, range is not in the best of positions, but it only needs a nade to knock them down. And Hive once again finds another chicken dinner this week.
A masterclass of a performance as well at that. We saw they were on the reserve, coming in from the southern side, holding firm onto the location where a lot of teams were thinking that it will shift further to north. And no, they were just basically hanging around the edges, and they were picking teams from quite afar, third-partying multiple squads who were in the midst of a fight. And by the time it all subsides, you saw the technical plays come true. Pretzel, he was just shredding them like it was just some papers that were of no use to him anymore. 7 eliminations and plenty of damage to both, so he should eventually end up as the MVP. But take a look at the rest of the teammates as well. Momboy, Range, Ryman, they all offer huge numbers in the form of damage as well as elim. So this one is a massive win for Hive International on their return back here in Day 3.
Honestly, I really like what they've done so far. I mean, OV had, almost been able to get another first place finish this time around, foiled by Hive. But for now, let's have a look at the highlights before we break it down later. Once again, we saw just now that Hive International will be the one to get another chicken dinner this week. I am super excited to see how it's going to go. I think OV as well. Once again, that second place till the end. This time around, a little bit more on the unlucky side since they didn't have a full squad compared to Hive International. But on 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to be Hive, 2 and 4, PNX and BKE. Surprisingly, PNX and BKE has been very, very consistent throughout the entirety of today. Slow starts doesn't mean a bad, I would say, league. And they are showing us that they still have the capability to frag out. And most importantly, I think that day 1 and day 2 plays don't necessarily tell us the tale of how the week would go. Regardless, as we go into this game, I think for you, Contra, I think you predicted it quite well that today would be a game of aggression, would be a game where a lot of teams decide to really rack up numbers in terms of eliminations. It's really showing in those stats. It's almost to the point that we are seeing an overshadow of the elimination points compared to the placement points. And one of the fraggers and eliminators that is contributing to his team is in fact Pretzel. And Pretzel has been a name in the scene for quite some time. He's really good at fragging. You can tell he has a lot of experience and he's not afraid to be, I think, very, very aggressive. And I think that this team, Hive International, has a team full of daredevils, which is not afraid to break the ranks, not afraid to move forward. And there are so many situations, especially from Raimon Boy just now, that just quietly prones forward, his teammate from the backside taking the attention, and he just says, "Surprise, I'm right here," and just seals the deal. Now, 29 points from this team, insane amount. I think this may have overtaken the amount of points that Young Galacticos was able to rack up yesterday in their first game.
Yeah, I certainly would dare say so. 19 limbs is quite the plentiful, almost reaching 30 points in a singular round. That is how crazy it gets here in the field. And Hive, what I really do love about them is that they're multifaceted. If you want them to go up close and personal to take fights, they would. But vast majority of this matchup, it was a lot of mid-range fights that actually gotten the most of the bulk of income, right? We've seen Ryman doing that over on the edges, and then in the thick of the battlegrounds, when they want to close in, you always got Pretzel to be, like you said, that daredevil to eventually shut out their opponents. So Hive will now push through, and this is going to be their third chicken dinner that have been able to match up to what MSI have done in the past couple of days. But since they're not playing today, they are gonna set their eyes onto 2-1 for Pro. And for 2-1 for, they've already had 14 matches. So right now, Hive on the right trajectory, as they are pretty much equal in exchange with the side of YG, which dropped out very early in the matchup. And to me, the surprise was BKE. They're on this crazy surge of eliminations, and they're already making their way into the top 10, knocking out Asja while at it. So right now, the cutoff point is TO, who is not currently playing. So GC, they still need 10 more points, which is very doable in the upcoming 4 rounds. So this will be the updates of the overall rankings for the moment. And of course, OV solidifies themselves, inching closer to the triple digits as they're keeping their eyes set to give that chase towards the top 4 eventually.
I like how they've really taken their time as well, OV. Coming from the bottom, I really wouldn't have expected them to be able to climb out this high. But anyways, 2 more Erangels to go and 2 more Miramars, reaching the halfway, so we'll be right back after this.
Before we hit right into the third match of our Friday run, of course, make sure you guys check out the brand new collab between PUBG Mobile as well as Apollo, where you guys can secure yourselves the Apollo Project Evo as well as IE. It's been in the game for past couple of weeks now, and it's only going to be around for another month or so. So make sure you guys get your hands on it while it lasts, as this one is absolutely exclusive before it will be shelved forever. So that being said, though, there is still plenty more of all these exciting stuff that you guys can also check out within the game. So make sure you guys update it in the Google Play as well as the App Store for you guys to absolutely have an absolute fun time.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the game as well, so do make sure to check it out before we head on to the other parts of today's match, which is going to be our second Erangel. And I am super excited about this one because we did see that shift as well, and I think the last two maps showed us very difficult circles. We saw one at the very bottom corner of that first map, Rondo. The second one all the way top. Do I want to see a more centralized circle? Let them suffer.
Yeah. I think like we are actually enjoying every single one of all of these shenanigans as well as crazy upsets. You know, starting off from that YG takedown from that early span of the match.
Oh no, you're right. YG has been suffering today. So
Yeah.
YG got shut down so early in both games. Granted, they still got some elimination points in Rondo. I'm not too sure if they did manage to bring any points into that second map. I think that they were, maybe there was a few, but it wasn't really enough to keep them afloat. And you know, we both, you and I, Contra, we talked about how important it is for these teams to be able to go forward with at least 5 points onward, whether or not they get those placement points, right? And I feel like it feels almost impossible for Young Galacticos today.
Yeah, it really feels like nothing is really going in their favor, and overall, it's also a lot of these teams who definitely know that the time is now for them to really take as many points as possible, because they could just say, screw all these big teams, right? Like, if I don't take them down, they're gonna take me down eventually, so they took matters to their own hands. So I'm liking what, of course, Hive has brought up in the past game. They racked 29 points in that span of round. But more importantly, BKE, they're on the roll. There's also OV, who's doing super well from the matches in Rondo all the way up till Erangel at this point in time. So I'm just certainly impressed with every team that's currently working their hardest to ensure that they will get their way into the grand finals.
Yeah, and for now, the second map of Erangel is coming very soon. Honestly, I am more interested in the early fight over Yasnaya Poliana, so let's see who wins this one.
And there
Okay.
we go. As we
Sorry,
set
go ahead,
things
Contra.
up nicely with Kameshki into Query. Sorry, it took a while here to try to process, you know, some of all these stuff. Well, it's been quite the week that we had so far. Of course, I like that everything is shifting into
Contra.
something that it is a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, speaking of interesting, right? Instead of having 2 of the usual teams in Yasnaya, can we have 3? Another team joining in the fray, joining in the fight, changing the course of destiny. Yuri crafting.
Probably not. I'm just thinking like it's just
why?
too much of a risk to take, right? Like
Wait, pause. HKG didn't drop it, Yasnaya.
they had enough. And I think by right they should not drop into Yasnaya anymore. Like,
It was just that 3-1 and that's all we got?
okay, you take a look at stats, right?
Yeah.
When they were allowed to play the game as per usual without any trouble in the early game, they racked 8 points in Rondo. They racked double digits. So there are even rounds coming into the weekday where HKG has got 14 points of elims before bowing out. So I say, you know, if you want to retake Yasnaya, let it be for later on. But I kind of like this circle. is not too telling. It can go 70 shooting range. Even Yasnaya could be possible. So maybe NGGZ will miss their friends for now, but later it'll be a different story.
Now, if I were NGGZ, I'll be very happy. Like, yeah, 3-1 and they gave up. Yes, Naya, this is our town. Anyways, like you mentioned, today is, I think, surprisingly, we've got like, what, 2 northern circles already. And I'm really hoping that it doesn't go hard shift northern side already. It's already really, really hard for a lot of teams to rotate as well. So there is that that we want to talk about. Now, for the rest of the teams here, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited to see how the rest of this game goes, because this is technically one of the quietest starts that we've had in the entirety of this week. Usually early game, it's very, I would say, hectic. We have like a fine Yes Naya at the very least, but no team is really, I would say, trying to go for those early pickups anymore.
Yeah, I think like there's just too much on the line for a lot of all these early pickoffs or so. Even for the likes of HKG, when they were thinking about, oh, should we still continue on fighting over that territory, which we have not been able to even trade well enough? So last round, it was like, what, 0 points? Whereas when it comes down to Rondo, they have been able to farm out. So if they're currently sitting at 18th spot, the priority right now is to bag in a good round. Then you can match up to PNX already at 47. So that is a good enough of a case for them to try to claw out of the gutter, especially in majority of all these days. You're playing in Erangel, and in the span of a day, if you're spending 3 maps getting flushed out, not receiving points, that's a big bulk that you're absolutely losing. So now, maybe on the other flip side, Afra says the only way out is to fight to gain their points in a very honorable way, as we have Minus now only with the Vector, dishing out some damage to enable Mewtwo to come in with the off angle. And of course, we have a very excited producer who forgot to mute his mic as well. Speaking over our ear for a little bit, don't worry. We do have Perfect coming in with a couple more attacks. Again, that's a double take that they're already aligning to really draw an exchange.
Oh man, Antra, terrible position to be in. Seki is so low and Mewtwo is not allowing him to get away, so that's easy pickings for them as well. If you look at the map at how exactly TTQ has positioned themselves, they have managed to not only take over the entirety of this area, they have full control of it, they've managed to isolate some of the players of Antra from each other, which means that they're forced into these 2v1s or 1v1s that they can barely even hang on to because of how much control TTQ has over these terrains. Perfect dies, tries to at least steal away a kill, wants to try and collect that point, but not able to. You can see how aware TTQ is about the movements of where Antara might be. Zin is alive, Boki as well, and the other two TTQ members shouldn't be too much of a problem to get picked up. And for now, there's a stalemate, and Antara saying, I think we should just call it for the time being.
Yeah, this is a tough area to really hold out for the moment. And TTQ trying their level best to salvage the situation here. But it's still Doki who's still holding them back. And Perfect's angle so far leaves them absolutely vulnerable, and finally they take them off. And hence why Afra were willing to really take this early exchange, and Zinvoda finally had enough. He closes in, takes 2 elimination, and I don't think that there's much more that they could actually claim. They should settle it as it is. Both sides walks out limping though. But for now, it really seems like they are trying to trace where exactly Zinvo Duck is, because he's left out all alone. So this could be a good 2-prong engagement to try to finish it up against the side of TTQ. So this isolation in play. Perfect now. Just checking every single corner, sending out some warning shot, but he has got no clue whatsoever on his whereabouts.
are curious about what's happening on the other side of the map as well while this fight is still happening, because the middle side of the map, if you can zoom out a bit later, is so packed with teams and players. Regardless, coming back to this one here, perfect, that's crossover. I think that for TTQ, aware that Antra, both of them are inside of this warehouse. The blue zone has shifted, so time's a ticking. Your HP will slowly go down. Another nade is to really seal things off. No one's close, so he can cross. Molly as well to zone them out. A lot of util being used by both these players, and I feel like it's achieving nothing except wasting each other's time. A good spray onto Minus, but not enough to secure that kill. Perfect low takes a bit of a tag and even a big chunk of damage. At this point, Antra, Perfect is doing a great job just bait Orzin. Try and rotate a little bit more further out, but I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything just yet as BKE goes toe-to-toe with PNX. Then he Gus falls, dies as well. And BKE today on a rampage. PNX doesn't even see that they even had a chance to shoot back or defend themselves. Nade's cooked up. A1 on the corner, trying his darnest to find something to make anything happen. They can't do anything at all.
Not at all. PNX, they did try to say the very least, but once again, 0 pointers in Erangel for 2 rounds in a row. It's just so rough. You can say the same about Anfra as well as TTQ. And I think what you mentioned remains to be true. Both of these teams are wasting too much time in the blue zone. They don't really have meds, so look at them go. 2 bandages is not gonna last you for stage 2. And they are so far off. Honestly, what gives? They could just basically find a vehicle, take a drive, and fight inside the zone as much as they want to. And by the time that they even get there, it's sad to say, they probably might even die in the blue zone. So hopefully that's not gonna be the case though. Whereas YG restocking from the armored vehicle, good for them, as they will be able to amp out the firepower, which is very necessary. YG have been the masters of late rotation to journey their way safe from the islands. Despite 2 rounds of upsets, moving into this map has been a little tough on the side of the team clad in purple, because more often than not, when it comes down to central area, they know how to really play it well. But it's been rough rotations for the side of YG. As for Nemesis, they've arrived on the corner with Dale being shut down, which they will have to retrieve. That will buy a little bit more time for NGGZ to try to close in on them as well. Those long-range tags up the hillside. And like we said, yep, that's going to be perfect. Bowing out to the blue zone. And NGGZ, they're definitely planning an assault here. Driving into a 2-prong engagement. And it seems like Nemesis have decided, nah, it's not worth going out there to risk ourselves to rescue Dale. Just gonna slowly bleed out dry out in the fields, despite all the smokes that have been popped much early on.
I see how exactly they want to take this fight. Nemesis once again clumped together, which is good. A lot of coverage, but I would love for them to get a little bit more active. They're hunkered in a corner. They have, like, I think, a bit of cover as well to work with. And they're hoping for NGGZ to get a little bit more aggressive toward them. And understandably so. This is a great area within that circle. Not too far away. A body of water behind them. So it's quite centralized. So they can't wait for NGZ to push out toward them. But I would like to have, like, maybe one person just kind of, like, scout around a little bit. Get a bit of info if they were to get close by. And in a position where they get a little bit more active, they could find that, I would think, that one crack for NGZ. They could go potentially for a full send or cripple, excuse me, NGZ a little bit more further.
They're just fighting for any form of avenues that they could actually reap rewards out of. 2-1-4, they're not really willing to leave the spot of 70 because there are still opportunities for that zone to close into these territories. Despite it not being directly in the city, they're feeling absolutely comfortable to really hang on to it. And spots out those movements coming from the side of Observation Esports. And take a look at this. look at these boys of HKG. I'm proud of them for, finally deciding, you know what, no more fighting with NGGZ. Let's just take some better spot. And now they will just take control of that corner of the intersection so that they could just gatekeep certain teams that's hoping to get their way into the gas station or so later on. Whereas for the side of GC, they have plenty of options here. And you could definitely tell that in a lot of these teams, they don't want to be in towards that long stretch of a highway in between Severny into Yasnaya, since there's just this huge valley of open field that they could easily be picked apart from. YG find themselves moving up towards the mountains of Stalber. So that rotation was pretty much undetected. And now KE are not really happy that that space is occupied, and now they will have to play on the foothill. There is just about enough natural terrain, but as for the side of Nemesis, they've been waiting inside the shack for long enough, and now it's going to be GC that takes this opportunity with the jump shots connecting. And finally we get to see some action here. Campertova shredding them to pieces. And what on earth was Nemesis doing? They could have had so much time to respond, but opted not to.
Yeah, that's why I said they were just too safe, too hunkered down, too turtle shelled into that building. They have built this, I would say, fake sense of security. Now, it's GC that's still very much alive and around. Hive wants to come into the area as well to pick them off. Forced to reset, forced to reload, forced to buy a bit of time. That smoke does just that. And Hive doesn't want to full send it. I mean, yeah, they had access to, I believe, an airdrop earlier as well. So they are very much, I would say, topped up in terms of utility. Zin still in the blue, barely alive. Go down here eventually. Oh, what? What was there waiting on him? All right, so 2 eliminations. Anthra out of the game. Leo as well, gone. 2-1-4 wants to continue this fight up against OV here. Over on Severity, they're trying to get into the circle, so they need to win this out. And Kid is becoming Gandalf, saying you may not pass. No, not when your teammate is that good with the trade out as well. So OV this time around, second place finishes for today. Streak broken. And for the rest of 2-4, they still have to take this fight against GG.
Wow, and we're also seeing a new member added towards the side of 2-4. I've not really seen Hash in action, but he's doing wonders so far. Maybe I spoke a little too soon because Kaya just struck him down while he tries to rotate over onto the outskirts, but it was absolutely in the middle of the open. So his debut kind of cut short right now as the rest of GG try to see what he's got in his bag overall. While they're doing just that, I believe there's still some members of 2-1-4 that they will still have to seek out for. So, gotta be very mindful. Hive International's turn to try to take this corner instead, and they were struck down upon arrival. Great coverage over onto the containers, but now that has drawn the attention of Range to try to fend off. They did actually pick them apart though, despite them losing one member. It is still the better traits that they're getting here with 3 points accrued as they take out GC, who walks away with 4 points, and so does 2-1-4.
This is a very rough circle. And it was a circle that is not only at the very, very top of the map, it's also in between the northern seas and also that tiny body of water that is right by Yasnaya Poliana. So the rotation into the circle was already difficult. And now those who are making it in find themselves having to break into the inner sides as well. It's wide open areas, there are terrains, but they're not the kind of terrains that could really give you a lot of cover either. So you have to really figure out what you're willing to take and how you're willing to play on that terrain. Now Xiaojia does throw out a bit of damage toward GG, but I don't think he wants to actually try and full send it here, especially since the rest of his teammates are still outside of the zone. They do have a bit of cover in this building, but eventually that circle will shift and they will need to vacate the area. So they need to find a next game plan on how their rotations are going to be happening, because in front of them is a road, the big open area. So if they were a bit more later to the higher parts of these terrains, especially where NGGZ has taken over, this is a perfect place for them to have that perfect ending. It's gonna be a problem. As NGGZ does spot out YG, and you know that YG will compete for these terrains and these areas, they have to be a little bit more alert. They have to be a little bit more prepared on how they're gonna stop these mid to long range fights that YG love to take.
Yeah, YG, despite them being pretty scattered, they're just allowing NGZ to just take some of all these small little compounds to eventually lock them into place. You can see that KE is also going to be waiting around that area of play, so I won't really say that NGZ is in a good spot of their own, but they could certainly hold out, that's for certain. I'm still waiting for the day that these players utilize the so-called cable car or flying fox that they could basically hop on board of. But, of course, this is too dangerous a place to be doing so. Kappa somehow being very sneaky and cheeky. He's hiding behind a rock. I don't think he's been suspected by the rest of NGZ just yet, so he's just gonna stay still while NGZ is trying to hunt out for those Asia members all the way down over on the low ground. Couldn't really find a catch over onto Lazy Boy with enough smokes being primed up, but they are sending Joseph to try to cut over onto the high grounds instead. A very risky play, and he's doing it all alone, not bringing any form of help, and there is also KE that's been very quiet, literally side by side up against Miner. Campus finally gets spotted out!
No, that is unlucky. Tunnel vision, did not expect someone to shoot him from behind. Now for the rest of NGGZ, we did talk a little bit about that terrain and it's working wonders for them. But as for Austria, this is a tough fight to take because they need to take this fight from KE on the upper side of this terrain. And if they do win this fight, they have to fight against NGGZ that has another layer of terrain to work with. So it almost feels like a very, very tough climb for this team. But if there's a team that can do it, it's definitely Austria. You with that pick with the nade. I'm not sure how... There we go. The nade pushes Master D2K forward, and all he has to do is just spray out. 1 kill secured. And Marl Burubu, what are you gonna do here? You can play CQC, and he does win it in the end. Austria not able to actually pick up their teammates, so one of them does go down, but GG is eliminated at that same time. A lot of things happening and a lot of fights happening at the same time. Marl Burubu trying to make this fight happen. It's 1v1. The high ground does work in his favor. He's barely alive. He's limping right now. And he's going to be getting away with murder. The other members of Austria top cannot come even close. Cannot find an angle to clear him out if he does not want to be caught out by the members of NGGZ.
It's just so crazy what's happening over onto the slopes of the hill right now. Who would have thought that Malbarubu will be able to pull those kind of stoppage onto Asia Esports, and finally he gets shut down after quite the arduous fight. And there we go, big nades from YG, just flushing out the position of On Fire members who's trying their level best to try to defend themselves through the smokes. And Romeo's got the huge tanky hovercraft to try to run them over with. Starting off with special, and there could be even more. Of course, not enough speed to do so, but he will take the fight head on. 1 versus 2. Romeo just scouring around for any drop of points, and he will now find a double. And eventually, the rest of YG have arrived on time to give him a helping hand. 4 points already, and now their eyes are being set over on the low grounds up against the rest of HKG, convoying over, and they're looking to eventually take that space that YG has left off. And now they're very wary of this. Martin on the other back end as he tries to really isolate some of these targets, but they are slowly getting overwhelmed. Now, 2 members go down, 1 on each side, as Master Smile gets the better end of the stake. But he cannot afford a revive. He's just got to run in because those shots are coming from a different side of the squad. And HKG, they still have 1 member left. Zien! Oh, I thought that could have been a good nade, but it was just thrown a little bit too wide.
I am liking the fact that Young Galacticos was kind of really challenged here on this northern side. Usually they'd be that first team in that circle. They'd be the first one getting that high ground advantage, but this time around they are struggling. And speaking of struggles, TTQ also meeting that same fate because the one with the most amount of control on this circle right now is none other than BKE. Riding the high, riding the aggression, and looking a lot more proactive with a solid game plan on how they wanted to work with these rotations in that game. It almost feels like they had already thinking 3-4 steps ahead on how the circle shift is going, and their predictions are doing them so much dividends. They have advantage of the circle, they're aggressive as heck, they've managed to isolate the fights, but Frenzy, a bit too over-aggressive there, at the very least will be traded. So TTQ does get knocked out of the park, but BKE suffering heavy losses. Could have been a little bit more healthy coming into this top 4. Now they lost 2 more players. They're up against Young Galacticos at full force with Romeo in the front lines, wanting to take this fight against Baby Young Mi head on. Nades traded out. Romeo is damaged, and both teams realizing that they should make some space with each other. And you can see that BKE saying we cannot hold on to the middle side of the circle anymore. We concede, let it be held by Young Galacticos.
A great timing for BKE to back off because YG was out for blood as well. They were unhappy about the situation back in the hospital in the last round. But now, YG has claimed so much territory after winning out those trades up against the side of HKG. And GGZ have also spread their wings a little bit to try to take on the side of Hive International. Now the grenades are lopped over onto the course of the corner, but it will not flush them out just yet. But Marnet, he's coming in from the top side of the high ground, getting a pin over on the side of NGGZ, giving Hive maybe an upper hand in this exchange, but they shift their attention towards the side of BKE. They got intel onto 2 ends, but they could not spot members of YG for sure. Range, respectful of the space as he's also having a couple of all these stray bullets heading on his side already. Master Smile goes down, coming out of those shells of BKE. And now, that puts them into a very precarious spot because YG, they cannot afford to go in for the save just yet. Whereas Hive International, they finally decide it's about time that they push towards the side of Red, who's holding all alone for the meantime. This might just be it! And there we go! NGGZ, they did achieve a top 4. Didn't really back all too much.
Still, valiant attack, not only that, a lot of aggression and control. But when it matters the most, unfortunately for them, seems like Young Galacticos are a little bit more adept at being able to take control of an area and surviving as a 4. Now, toward the rest of the teams here, BKE and Hive, with only 2 players left, decide to go for a more passive approach. And that's okay for Young Galacticos, because not only are they surviving as a 4, their map control they have across the map is really, really good. The other 2 teams hunker at the bottom side, or the southern side here, terrains, but the blue zone will eventually shift. So like it or not, they're gonna have to stand up. Their head will be out there in the open. It's about a matter of how exactly they're gonna be utilizing the very tiny amount of space that they have in hand. Young Galacticos also has access to an airdrop earlier as well. So, you know, for them, you could tell that they are very, very stocked up when it comes to not only the ghillie suits, but also their weapons, etc., etc. So firepower-wise, they are, I could say, at 100.
Absolutely, and also from the armored vehicle that they broke early on their journey into the zone. So they definitely do have the firepower to eventually close up this matchup. And certainly you can tell that there's just no way that either side of these teams can actually challenge them moving uphill, which is why they're just being so respectful. And Hive just want to at least ensure a top 2 finish by trying to take on the rest of BKE, but these guys are unmovable because they have a bunker over onto that bottom end for them to really hide out for the moment. As much as they're in the trenches, and now with all the space available, YG is starting to choke out the room of Hive International. And he did speak about airdrops. There is a fresh new one delivered to the doorsteps of YG again. Not that they need it though. I mean, they've had just about enough already. So, Romeo hasn't been able to really let Sky Knack Knack to take a break. And if they don't start to move, the blue zone's eventually going to close in either way. So tough call for the side of BKE. Guess the only way out is really to try to propel ahead. Much as Romeo is currently residing in the smoke, he does allow maybe Youngmi to try over towards the side of Marnet Boy, and that opens up a little bit of angle for them to try to trade back. Skynet Nat unable to really draw the better end of the exchange. BKE down and out, and now all that's left to do for the side of Yangon Galacticos is to close in as they send out Romeo Boy on that hovercraft to take them on. He hops right back in as he tries to buy a little bit more space for the resident to go for the jump shot. And Ryman, he changes with him, and now down to 1 versus 1. Smile, can he finish him off? There's like only a couple attacks left, and that jump shot has been costly. Hive International turn a 4 versus 2. Unbelievable stuff.
This is the second fumble of the day that we have seen in a 2v4 and an overheat if I've seen one. Hive making the impossible possible. What the heck was that win? Isolating the fights to perfection. Honestly, whatever map control, whatever holes that Yangon Galacticos got undone just by that last very moment. Range, gotta give it to this guy. Sneaking away 8 eliminations, but Raimon with the big impact plays. And the thing is, in the previous matchup, we were looking at Pretzel as the highest fragger, which shows that every single player in Hive has the capability to frag, has the capability to clutch, and most importantly, has the capability to survive in these pressure cooker situations. But honestly, that was a highlight in itself. Hive International should be mad happy they made a 2v4 workout.
Rage just absolutely aimed at them. Like, it's so crazy. We definitely want to, once again, look at the highlights. You can definitely tell that it was the nerves getting towards the side of YG because they had 2 bad games in a row, but they absolutely botched that. There's just no other way to really explain that in layman's term. And Rage, of course, took full advantage. So here we go, into the highlights.
Honestly, Hive, again, incredible stuff coming from them as well, matching with Yangon Galacticos in terms of eliminations. But what it matters the most, the 2v4, they made magic happen. And that was how, the story of how Hive International got that chicken dinner. Now, another team that's been constantly, I would say, consistent today is BKE. They looked really good from the get-go, from yesterday all the way till today. Finally finding their groove. They look great right now, and I am excited to see what the rest of the day looks like for them. But the MVP now is going to be Range. There's what, 2 MVPs from this team today, from 2 very different players, and I'm liking the fact that it's going to be Range this time. Like Contra said, aim diff the heck heck out of Yango Galacticos.
Yeah, and if they haven't earned the respect, now they absolutely command it from the side of YG. You take a look at stats, it does not lie. 42% of contribution, and it was Range that survived the brunt of that assault all the way from the high ground as they were just swarming right through, and because of this exchange, they bested Yangon Galacticos, earning that win, walks away with 21 points, matching that elimination numbers. It could have actually been YG's, just saying, but hey, it is what it is. While BKE still on that surge as they claim the top 3, as they've been so consistent for the entirety of the evening. So they're looking well on their way to the grand finals if they continuously do so. And GGZ with 8 points as well in the top 4 finish. Whereas certain teams were also kind of questionable. When we take a look at Nemesis, there were 2 reserved, and then you got PNX who tried to also aggress. ATHR was fighting TTQ on the outskirts of the blue. Didn't really yield it much, but hey, there's definitely room for improvement, and certainly we see improvements in the overall standings.
Yeah, I am very excited to see how the rest of the day looks like right now. 2-4 in the lead still. I think one thing that we can look for about 2-4 is that they are definitely a team that I would say they've really set themselves in a position where they can make a lot of mistakes because of the amount of points they've been able to get. So it's gonna take a while for a lot of the other teams to still catch up, right? But I also want to really talk about the bottom of the ladder as well. ANTR, Nemesis, still struggling. HKG, they're looking a lot more better today ever since they decided to just stop the NGGZ versus HKG civil war. So perhaps this could be the start of them slowly trying to find a different setup, a different way. I'm liking the fact that they do have a different alt drop as well. So in a way, this works very, very well for them. We still have one more Erangel coming. So again, with 2 northern side circles that happened today, I would love to see a different circle just to see how teams navigate. Again, because it's the same northern circle, I think a lot of teams had adapted from that second map till the third one. So that is going to be that as well. So regardless of how it's going to be, I like the fact that a lot of teams are really understanding what Young Galacticos' weakness is as well, which is the up-in-your-face fight. I know it's ridiculous. I know it's crazy. But honestly, Young Galacticos, gray and mid too long. You go in their faces, and suddenly I don't know what happens. I guess caught off guard. Someone want to tell us in the comments?
Yeah, like I don't think that YG should ever do any more coin flips on these kind of like full
That was
assault.
an overheat. That was an overheat that I've seen.
Yeah, because there are so many possibilities, right? Like you gotta say that is an absolute mistake. There's no denying because they could have waited for the zone. They could have just basically hold over on the high ground like they did, and eventually Hypha's got no other way than to give in to that pressure. But no, they decided all hands on deck, and I think we've seen it somewhere earlier this week as well. They tried to do the same thing to MSI. MSI depleted them in a 3 versus 4. At least like that was 3 versus 4. This is 2 versus 4. Unacceptable. It's unacceptable. So I think like maybe they need a break, and so do we. So Tash, I know we got a lot to talk about, but I guess we'll maybe grab a little dinner and we'll come right back at. So don't go anywhere, guys. 20 minutes and we'll see you then.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome back, everyone. And before we go into the game, don't forget, guys, that our friends of PUBG Mobile, Mini and Bam Bam, will be teaming up for everyone with their next theme song for PUBG Mobile, which is called Carry You. Just like how Contra carries me in this broadcast. Regardless, guys, don't forget as well that this single will come with many events and in-game items. So do follow PUBG Mobile on all platforms to know what will be happening next. And speaking of what will be happening next, Contra, we have seen back-to-back chicken dinners again, and we have seen a fumble again. There's a lot of things going on today, and there's something in the air on this Friday night. I don't know what's about it.
Maybe it's fatigue. We don't know until we actually look into what's really going on some of all these boot camps. But overall, you know, it's fun to see, but it's also mind-boggling to also witness. If you guys are fans of any of all these guys out there, especially for Yangon Galacticos, yeah, they're definitely showing some signs of struggle, but all in all, I think like they've already gathered quite a significant amount of points already throughout, you know, this past couple of days or even the weeks where they've been absolutely trailblazing everybody out there on the block. So I guess like now Hive is also showing that, hey, they're not slacking off, and so should everybody else. They need to always be working their hardest in order to achieve big results. So yeah, I gotta, of course, find out whether if these players can actually keep themselves not only safe from harm, but also to always be making the right moves every step of the way.
Yeah, anyways, for us, we are matching right now in terms of predictions. We got TTQ up here. I think we haven't really seen too much of TTQ. If anything, I feel like they've been a little bit more unlucky in terms of position-wise. But when we talk about positions as well, we have to take into account that today's circles have been rough. We had a bottom hard shift to the bottom of Rondo. We had 2 northern circles for Erangel. So, you know, everyone's playbooks are currently in a tizzy because everyone's rotations and drop spots were just kind of scattered all over that map. And this is where people say when you play PUBG Mobile, it comes more than just the rotations, the playbook, the strats. It also comes down to the IGL's calls, the insane, what's the word, intuition that you have, the game sense as a player. So let's see what this final Erangel of the night has to offer.
Well, there's definitely a lot to take away, but I hope that it's not going to be another heartbreaking run for some of these guys out there. And of course, I'm still yearning for some improvements coming from the lower end of the leaderboard, because we saw, you know, questionable decisions of a fight on the blue zones. We've seen maybe a little bit too much of a passive play and many more of all these other stuff that can definitely be improved. So look at this current flight path. Once again, it starts off from north. It does seem like almost every single map today has been played out from the corners of Zarki or even Kameshki onward. So looking at what else that they could basically seek is maybe a little bit more of that skirmish. I have not really seen too many teams dropping into Zarki, and that's going to be a 2-2 formation coming in from the side of GG to kick things off. So maybe they're hoping that it will be wrapping around that shelter grounds once more, then it will give them a lot of the edge moving into the late game.
Yeah, so coming into today, right, we saw in the previous map that HKG decided to go toward Milta, and I don't think this is gonna be changing. I think after like the whole day of yesterday, we saw them fight. They're like, okay, let's find an alternate drop spot, and Milta looks really good, especially with this circle. We talked about difficult circles throughout the entirety of today on the northern side, on Rondo as well. I would say that this is something a little bit more, I wouldn't say standardized, but I think a little bit more familiar for many of these teams, regardless of that northern fight path. Now, if we were to look at the map as well, right, we also see, I think, if anything, a lot of the quarry side, Gaka, Fairpier, Primos hasn't really been occupied quite yet. So it's the teams already in the circle has that option to go toward there. Now, early fight's still gonna be happening, and this time around, I think it was TTQ that is on the lower end of the stick. the shorter end of the stick. Excuse me, I cannot English properly today. So one player already out, and it must be devastating because you just landed in the game, and you gotta give it to this team. I think it was HKG that was able to snag them. Yeah, it was. So they were very much on, I would say, on the ball with this, being able to find the team closest to them that quickly, which also really, I would say, lowers the firepower capability that TTQ has. If HKG wants, I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't say full send it, but I would go a little bit more aggressive just to disallow TTQ to be in a position where they're able to loot or even to push further forward, because in a way, that lets you get some easy pickings this early into the game.
Yeah, that could definitely be a very fancy opportunity for sure. And as for the side of YG, they're just taking whatever type of scenarios that they could in order to get all the way into their usual spot to quickly loot up, because this is just gonna be a very, very tough spot for them to play from if they were to be really late on their course. Speaking of which, we see plenty of all these teams journeying their way into the islands, wasting no time whatsoever. So we're definitely excited to see plenty of all these early skirmishes coming in from the side of Hive versus OV. Now, this is two teams that I have always been excited to, of course, keep my eyes on. And there we go. First drop coming in from the side of range as the MVPs are here to party.
We want to do... I'm curious to see how exactly they're going to go about this, right? You're getting out of the way, you get one elimination already. You don't really have to force a fight toward SMB. But for those on SMB right now, they gotta make a choice. With the majority of land still toward the mainland area. And look at that map, right? Gatka, Quarry, Fairpier, Primos, still empty. So some of these teams could potentially just go there. You'd be one of the first to get there. Hold on to that area, like what we saw from SKC on day one. And just really camp the circle. I'm still surprised that Yangon Galacticos is still gonna take their way, go toward Novarat and then go into the situation where they have to fight through, I don't know, 3-4 teams just to get into the western bridge to get into that mainland.
And speaking of which, as certain teams have already passed into the area, it is gonna be OV seeking out for the rest of KE. This has been their usual spot inside the military base, and they took absolute charge. Whereas, you can see the rest of KE absolutely scattered across the field. Barely enough cover as is Malburubu forced to prone every step that he takes. And oh boy, it is looking a little dire as they do call in the cavalry as they try to isolate Kid, who's done wonders throughout the entire course of this evening, playing through plenty of all these rounds. And now, we're gonna see whether or not will they be able to survive the brunt as they've already lost one. Big nades now flying across, and that only brings him down to 50%. Still pretty much workable, but it will definitely take a toll on them while they try to rush towards Kid. Barely alive as they play through just a box, and there we go, the swing. Beautiful work for him to secure those double points.
That is so great. It's such a small window of opportunity when he's able to isolate that, but he played that to a T. He pre-fired those angles, and he found that unlucky timing when they were going to swing toward him somehow. He was barely alive, limping at the end, but he made it work regardless, and that will still put a dent onto that team. KE now trying, or Carrillo, excuse me, just trying his darnest to stay alive. Hopefully kind of bring his team a little more points. Either it be in pickings, either it be in placement points. And OV, they're hunting right now. But that's kind of like the benefit of these two, of KE being in those compounds. He could use that compound to run away. They wouldn't even know that he's still there or had already left. And speaking of fights, Nemesis gonna cross paths with Antra here. And Antra has had, I think both these teams actually has had a pretty rough day. Hasn't been able to win their fights. Hasn't been able to get a lot of points either. But if anything, this first elimination for Nemesis would be that first, I would say, stepping stone for them to get more later on, hopefully. Sometimes you gotta just celebrate those small little wins, those small little frags that you have that could slowly kind of like bring you up in the leaderboards later on.
Yeah, and of course, Nemesis Esports still working on it though. And a lot of all these teams, like you do mention, that they definitely are having a lot of work to be done. As for the side of these teams who are still surrounding the mainland, they are trying to find the safest passage to quickly get into the islands, as Afra doesn't want to make the firm call just yet, as they're just currently holding on to the corners, hoping that teams will try to make their cross. But probably they'll still have to take some time before going into these other side of the quarters. As for the side of GG, just wrapping around, and they are one of the slowest of the bunch. I'm kind of afraid for them. I mean, overall, this is gonna be a very long journey for them to eventually get into the other side of the map where everybody's already inbound. So, yeah, this is just gonna be quite concerning, judging from the situation that they're being put into.
A lot of teams are just kind of hunkering themselves toward the water lines of that southern side of the mainland. Now, Circle shifts toward Pochinki. So, shift from the southern side. It's going to be fun to watch. BKE, GC is there. Nemesis as well. Potentially, GC could just camp on that bridge and just kind of take the fight to Hive, where they're put in a very desperate spot if the blue zone does shift. Yellow Galacticos as well, deciding to shift on toward that the right bridge, excuse me. So they're gonna have to pass by that blue zone, but it's still very early in the game, so very, very possible to do, and better to do it now rather than later, because the shift, the longer it takes, the more painful it's gonna be, and the harder it is to find space in areas where teams are most likely to have occupied.
And NGZ, they are usually the ones that love to battle their way into every single scenario, so I wouldn't be all too concerned for them, as they're just prepping up for what's about to come later on, where currently they're sitting at 4th place. They broke into the 100 mark threshold, which means that they're going to be absolutely safe heading into the weekend. So, of course, for those of the teams that we should be keeping our eyes on that may not have really made too much of an impact, KE, who got shredded apart earlier, they're not entirely safe, because when we take a look at somewhere closer to the number 16 spot, KE with 61 points, easily overtaken by potentially even the side of PNX and also TTQ, who's still in play. So still, they gotta ensure that they do a little bit more maintenance to maybe have a finisher of 70 over points by the end of this evening. Whereas Hive International have got plans of their own, parking themselves over the top side of the bridge. No passers-by just yet, as we do have further confirmation with the zone closing back into the mainland. So I guess a lot of these teams can finally take a breather that, hey, we don't really have to rush right in. So it is definitely going to be a better scenario for teams to play as casually as they want to, or maybe stick to their usual protocols. So for now, Yangon Galacticos, they wasted no time. Initially, they moved into the islands to loot up and wanted to actually play it true, but instead, oh goodness, that headshot was nasty from Master Smile to pin out those members of Asia, but their vehicles are also at risk of being popped over. So they will try to finish this one off very quickly as they target you, almost taking it off the wheels as well. And Marnet will quickly secure it. That's a 2-for-0 exchange. And of course, that sends Asia with only one member to play this one out.
Yeah, must be annoying trying to deal with that as well. On top of that as well, because of that win, Young Galacticos has, I would say, a much better situation ahead of them trying to get into the circle. The circle shifts once again, and this time a little bit more smaller. I think, like, in this situation, you crossing that river is still gonna be a rough time. You have to do it now before that zone shifts. And GC is doing a great job of just hunkering down to the area, because granted it's at the very edge of the circle. They can farm BKE, they can farm Hive, they can farm OV as well if they wanted to. So that's an opportunity that they can take advantage of, granted that they don't get overwhelmed. Because we have seen situations where teams are just saying, okay, we have the prime location to gatekeep, but they were not expecting 3 to 4 teams just looking to rush by them as well. Now, a majority of teams have already sort of like found a space. Nemesis, even Austria, that's only surviving with 1 player, are just kind of like hanging around near the waterline. And understandably so, when you only have to worry about what's in front of you instead of behind you, it gives you a little bit of breathing room compared to, I don't know, being in an area that's hotly contested or being in an area that's wide, much more in the open. Now, for OV here, I think they are eventually going to cross. I'm not sure if they're aware that there are 2 teams in front of them. BKE as well, I think, has already force shifted their way into the zone. Yep, as expected. Taking a lot of damage. 1 knock onto baby young me, and yep, there's the confirm.
Yeah, and now dealing with this intruder, this is going to be overwhelming for the side of Nemesis, despite them actually getting the upper hand already in the early exchanges. BKE seeing if there's going to be another different opportunity, as this is going to be a prime spot to currently hold out, which is why you see 3 teams currently hovering the area. Hive has yet to cross from the south side of the island. They will eventually follow suit as well, and this is probably going to be one of the pit stops whenever they do so. now being picked off, and YG. This is one of the rare instances that you actually see them really go out for the hunt so early into stage 3. And very reasonably so, because when it's the scarcity of space that they're dealing with, you really gotta pave at least a path for yourself. So YG's doing exactly just that, while NGGZ tries to keep them all at bay.
A lot of sprays through those smokes, and understandably so. You want to make sure that everyone does get out of there, out into the open. Most importantly, to give you a clear line of sight. Look at how fast he's moving his crosshair around, just in case someone does decide to go for that swing. Gerald takes a bit of damage here, and you gotta really give it to NGGZ. They want to full send it toward GG. And in a situation where they are playing a little bit more close to each other compared to GG, they are in a position to just really isolate fights, but that wide open area means the possibility of being traded is still definitely there. So for NGGZ, they gotta make a decision, and they gotta kind of figure out how exactly they want to approach this. As the circle hard shifts to the left, everyone on the right who thinks they're safe, not anymore. So we're gonna see the civil war happening from teams like GG, NGGZ, Yangon Galacticos, even KE, Antra as well. There's a lot.
Finally, we're getting ourselves some big party, right? Like, the past couple of games, it was just a lot of driving, a lot of trying to figure things out. This is a lot more direct. See anyone, fight everyone. So, yeah, they only got a matter of 20 seconds before they close right in. A beautiful nade tops in by the side of Afra. Slowly improving as they are just picking that straggler over the bottom end of the shorelines that couldn't exactly climb up. So, yep, whatever scraps that you can basically find now, it's going to be worth a whole lot by the end of the round. Now, Afra, this is going to be an important space for them to really hold towards the late game. Well, that's why I say that they are not exactly on the right side of the shore, because if you take a look at the mini-map, they are just slightly out of reach. So what they have to do is to really clear out the rest of BKE on the other side in order to journey their way into stage 4. Whereas, we take a look over the north. On the edges, it's going to be HKG as well as YG. We've seen this last game where YG triumphed in that skirmish. They do have the hovercraft to try to buy some time, but the rest of YG, a little stranded. They have to break their vehicle just to find a little bit more of that cover, and even going out of bounds in order to retrieve some of the US that they park over the corner. As for the side of HKG, they know that this is not going to be the right space for them to really play this one out, as they will try to still hunt out for more avenues. As Murnat, he's got a P90. No wonder he wants to take a swing. He's got all the firepower, but it will be Gerald that received a big soak of all these hail of bullets. Marnet now sees him charging true, will easily seek him out. Only 1 point for the side of HKG, while more fights break loose. This is between GG versus Hive International.
Hive's just still waiting on the outside because they have to make something happen since GG has a little bit more of an advantage of that circle. Now, they did manage to go up to the top of this terrain, but yeah, YG is joining in on the fight as well because they too understand that despite their success on that previous fight, they still need to fight their way into the circle. And what better way to take advantage of this by joining in? 1 point trade and ran over. In fact, what a way to go down. Yango Galacticos, every single style of fight and play brought out tonight. And it's a different look. The back-to-back chicken dinners now, the streak ended. And Hive knocked out fairly early with only 1 elimination. And Yango Galacticos, as they've able to win this fight, they set their sights toward GG. And it's gonna be a more interesting one. A tree line separates them. Some smokes have been set up. But it's a wide open terrain. Needs to find some information. And Yango Galacticos waits for GG to push toward them. Yango Galacticos has a tank, but it's on fire. Needs to find a way to keep alive. So they're gonna wait for it to explode and use it as cover. As time drops by here, both teams are going to struggle. And it's OF that waits for them after this fight ends. And support will be the one to greet them first. Yango Galacticos waits for them with open arms. Ranzer falls. Nang X swerves through the smokes and will not be able to hold on. Yango Galacticos looks so unstoppable right now. But still, GG needs to wait for that reset. Master Smile knows this. The bait, hook, line, and sinker taken. And suddenly GG is almost obliterated. Support is still barely alive. Forced to fight right now. Master Smile waits for the right time in his swing. And he wins it in the end. The most crucial fight.
It's crazy. They got all riled up. They were just upset by all the results that they've gotten so far for the evening. And this time, they just trample every team by the corner. And they won every single duel. Even putting up a brand new narrative up against those members of Hive International that have triumphed past them in the previous round. Now we go back to his side of Nemesis, struggling for that space as Kid is trying to overcome this same sort of scenario. Retrieving that to Sia. Well, Rondo, as a matter of fact, is to try to pull through, and he will be spotted out. That is just a nasty shot coming from Nemesis to really put a dent. And OV this time gets an early break, whereas On Fire as well as GC, they're going neck and neck, and that also includes Nemesis trying to fight for that space up over the hillside.
Actually put waiting in the smokes as well. There's so many teams, you really cannot tell which area is clear or not. Even a tree left unchecked might have a body, and that's Shades there in the corner. Kaka coming through alongside OF. They've been waiting forever there. And Shades will be the one to eat the full force of that grenade. The MEOS also wants to give a nade of his own as a present in return, and that didn't happen at all quite yet. Hard to really see, hard to really move when there's just too many teams. And as for GG, this is GC, excuse me, this is terrible. There's sandwich between Nemesis, there's sandwich with the NGGC, and on top of that, you have OF in the fray as well.
And there we go. They try to drive right into the crosshairs of GC while they're trying to resuscitate themselves. Seems like they're just absolutely blindsided because they were just defending for the most part, and now Nemesis is taking a swing over on the right-hand side of the corner as well. And it's just too much for them to overcome at the moment. While they try to spot out DBS, they successfully do just that. Crazy now. Looking to eventually find that avenue, but it is just helter-skelter here over the south side. Nemesis somehow still holding on with Woolen by the corner, but he's already high and dry. Slowly bleeding out by the blue, doing a last stand with those grenades, but he will find it! Oh boy! They take each other out!
That was chaotic. Now the circle had shifted a little bit more upwards, so teams still need to be on the move. Start to see some players get taken out of the game here. I don't think that NGG is going to be able to pick up Gerald either in this situation. So Red has hunkered down inside of this shack for the time being. And the team that's currently the winner is 2-4. But 2-4 should not be comfortable for now. We've seen a hell lot of fumbles. We've seen OV do it today as well. We see YG do it today. So for them, it's all about just waiting for that right timing. And as they say, you don't get the dubs if you don't learn from history, and history was just the two mappers before.
Yeah, there's just so many of all these big flashbacks of stuff that when well or when sour, they really got to learn from it. As for the side of On Fire, great to see them keeping themselves on track. All four members still pretty much intact for now. As for the side of BKE, today has been a haul of point farming for them. 5 in the form of elimination into the top 7 at the very least. And now PNX have spotted out the rest of the weakened side of YG as they took way too many fights early on. And they take this opportunity. They find that pin down over on the Smile. Is it going to be enough to deal with Romeo boy though? Romeo has got to dodge this big grenade. Oh, he's barely hanging on. And now they are looking to just shut the doors upon him. And still couldn't really seek him out. He's going to be able to recover, but it's only a matter of time now that he goes in for the splatter. PNX now moves into the top 5 after taking out Yangon Galacticos, but it is a heavy 13 point that they secure.
PNX looks so good right now. They have a lot of control of the northern side of that circle. I believe they also have access to that airdrop if they want to get it as well. Regardless, 214 still hasn't moved, and the only thing they have for cover right now is just that one house, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Yes, it's cover, but it's still a small area. They're still susceptible to throw bolts as well. And in a position, if other teams decide to full send to them, the lack of space makes me a little bit nervous. So they can just hold on for that time being. Regardless, NGGZ goes down at 5th, and this is one of the rare times that we see them go out with no eliminations.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at that as well. Ooh, good shots coming from the side of Kaka. Catching over onto those players stranded over onto the hayfields. Is On Fire. I love their rotation. They really took a sweet spot over onto the high grounds in order to catch all these opportunities. And now that's only 2 more members left from the side of TTQ. No vehicles whatsoever. I have to play it really silently and allow them to try, the rest of the teams to try to fend each other off. 214 directly in the center ground. They don't really have to move a muscle at all. And there's literally no pressure upon them for the moment. Whereas On Fire, they're just marking onto those members of TTQ, knowing that they're absolutely vulnerable. But they should be taking charge of this fight up against the rest of PNX, because PNX is also running out of space. As much as they were on the hillside, it's the exposed side of the hill that they don't want to play at.
No one's really moving, no one's really full sending. The only team that's really kind of all outing is toward TTQ. It's Lucky, whose teammate is a little bit more further back. So if Lucky were to go and just distract the enemy, he can go for a quick trade. Fortunately for him, tiny little pixel out of spot, so Daddy Gus abuses that. That's what Zin is as well. This guy has been on point. His game sense has been really great tonight. Long range shots come through. Zin barely alive. But the same time, have to be very aware of the amount of map control and area 214 has, just because they have so much space to work with and so much flexibility from that middle side of that map.
There's just so little wiggle room left for those that do not have any form of terrain to cover grounds, and that is a desperate call coming from the side of On Fire, leaving their comfort zone into the areas of Phoenix, who's currently shredding them the moment that they try to move upwards, and just like what it was stated, an uphill battle for the side of OF, as they will now secure themselves a top 4 finish. At the very least, they did have quite a number of elimination points, and now PNX firm control over on this entire sector. It's now between them as well as 214 Pro, but they're having that garage all to themselves. Remember, this is the spot that people start knifing each other. I don't think they're bringing knives out in this fight, though.
It'd be fun too. Oh man, this kind of fight. And I think 214 I would love for them to scatter out a little bit. It's making me very nervous that they're... Okay, there we go. We have one of the members there. Hash who is currently on the outer side there. And PNX, they're what? 2 members down? Okay, they brought Daddy Gus back into the game. Shouldn't be a problem too as well. So now they have a nice cross from the northern sides. It's almost like a pizza cutter since 2 and 4 is sort of only hanging out in one area. That smoke is good. You can sort of play a game of smokes and mirrors, give an idea that someone is in there somewhere, maybe force a push, force a rotation, excuse me. And since PNX does have this, I would say, this upper ground, and no one really has full control of the circle, I feel like PNX has a little bit more flexibility in how they want to move around the area and the map. And I think 2 and 4 is aware of this. So that's why they're kind of moving their vehicle a little bit. They're making sure they don't stand too close to the windows in case some throwables come through. So there's that.
Yeah, I do think that 2-1-4, they could just basically take it slow because eventually when Stage 9 eventually closes in, they just have to prime a couple of smokes. They do have the UAZ absolutely ready to take its course around the fields just to distract members inside of PNX. So with these 2-prong angles from inside of PNX, as much as they don't have that space, they are just gonna hold out onto that one location where there's only 2 exits out of this warehouse. So it's smart that Hash is gonna take the other back end of the walls just to form up maybe a little bit more angle to try to form an exchange. And speaking of which, they already have a very clear idea of the whereabouts of those members of PNX for the moment. So the only one that could really turn the tides around here is actually Daddy Goose, who's somewhere in the middle that goes unspotted. Speaking of which, there we go. Finally, they pinned out A1, and now 2-1-4. They're gonna have a lot more control with 3 members to work with.
And I like this. Mix actually had moved the vehicle just a little bit, hunkered himself behind it for an off angle, and catches PNX off guard. I don't think A1 can be picked up. For the rest of PNX here, they are at a man disadvantage. We've seen 2v4 wins, just saying. So 2-1-4 still very much has to be alert and aware. Daddy Gus and his teammate aren't super close by, but they are in a great position to crossfire off each other. However, with Hash's position that's a little bit more further out, gives him a little bit of space to kind of move toward the other side of the tree line, and there's not a lot of space for Simple Vane to move, and that is what 2-1-4 is banking on. The blue zone will push, he's going to be out there in the open on a downward slope terrain, and he's just eventually going to 4, and Simple Vane knows this, so he's just going to try and go down to that blue, and 2-1-4 saying, nah, do not deny us any points, give us this fight. Daddy Gus, the only place he can hide from is behind this crate. Hash goes, Hash gets secured, but a nade means that nope, not anymore. And 2-1-4, no more no chicken, no problem, because they are here to win it all. The frags, eliminations, and most importantly, that chicken dinner.
And they are finally back here at the top. I mean, they've been holding on to that top spot because they have many more games compared to all the other groups. But also, mind you, they'll be taking a break tomorrow or even on Sunday. So they're making the best of this occasion. PNX, they were trying to fend them up, and they did manage to at least squeeze 1 point back. 2-1-4 just absolutely understands that they have a great compound that gave them so much time, so much room for them to slowly find that isolation, for them to close out this one in a clean fashion. Mix was always going to be that member that's actively pinning players out, and all thanks to him, has been able to really landlock the rest of PNX from even startling them in the final hurdle. So that being said, 6 elims, 6 points of being secured alongside with 6 knockouts. This is just a great one so far for the entirety of 2-1-4 Pro.
Honestly, if you were to look at eliminations, you think, oh my god, Mix is doing all the work, but not really. I mean, it's been more about positioning and being able to bait for your teammates. And Hash made a lot of noise from behind that area so that everyone will be so focused on him and the other 2 players inside, right? So that was how Mix was being able to just get so many eliminations. Regardless, let's break the Knicks down after the highlights.
coming back in the fold is 214 Pro, who sits at the top in this matchup in Erangel. You saw how explosive it was. A lot of teams were forced to pick on fights, and the big winners are not only 214, but also YG would turn in elimination run alongside with PNX, best one so far here in Erangel with 7 eliminations and a second place finish. And of course, not forgetting On Fire, who has really put up quite the fight. We saw 4 teams surrounding them. They still held out in order to maximize their potential with plenty of all these damage across the charts. Lovely to actually see that we're seeing some really good shakeup once again throughout the entirety of the leaderboards with this form of a finish. So that's it though. PNX, will they finally get themselves out of that red line, because they were at 16, and OF, they are continuously bringing on the heat to the entire circuit.
Yeah, it's just really hard to say which team will be making it at the bottom and which one will be at the top every single map. You want to blame it on the circle shifts? Not really. You want to blame it on, on rotations? Also not really. It's just a matter of who decides that they want to shoot and play a little bit more better. Regardless, Migs will be the one to take the MVP, and at this point, are we surprised? This guy has just done a phenomenal job of securing those frags and making sure that his team's hard work of taking away attention, pulling away the crosshairs from him will not be in vain. This guy has always been a player that can play close range fights, mid-range fights, all the way to long range. His versatility benefits his team so much, and we saw it played very, very well. We were a little bit concerned about the positioning that 214 has at the bottom side, at the southern side, of that circle. We were concerned that they were just too hunkered down, too, I would say, concentrated inside of that garage, but they had a plan in mind. It was small little areas and angles that they were holding, so much more different than PNX that had a bigger area hold. But for them, it's not really about the space, but rather how you utilize it. And Migs, you have done very, very well.
Yeah, and it kind of gives me a little bit of a reminder of a prodigy hailing from the Philippines that have played in international waters. He's kind of like Federales, but he actually is more like a Swiss knife of a Federales, where he does just about everything, right? So I really do love the fact that 214 so far is codependent on each respective member, but Migs have always pulled his own weight and even pulls them forward for most of all these occasions. So that said though, we take a look at the rest of the field, where TDQ's got quite a significant number, and of course we talked about the top 4 already, and that is also big improvements coming from the side of Nemesis, bagging 8 elimination points to walk away out of this round with 9 in total. Not too much for the side of Hive International. They got trampled by the rest of Yangon Galacticos, as well as, well, a couple of all these names that's actually listed there were the victims of Yangon Galacticos. KE, Asia, HKG. Yeah, it really makes a lot of sense that, they couldn't really get out of the gutter in this matchup. But hey, there's going to be 2 more rounds left inside of Miramar for them to really see what they can basically make a good use of. So with that in mind, this is the overall rankings updated, and we're already seeing some major shifts going on.
You know what's great is like everyone's just trying to play catch up to 214, and every time you think that you've taken a step closer to them, they're like, nah, here's a chicken dinner, and here's an amazing amount of frags. Here's a more of a big rank disparity, point disparity. Good luck chasing us. Nice. And when we talk about the rest as well, right, I think I was really excited to see PNX. You mentioned that they started off this week not only very, very slow, but at the very bottom of that ladder. Now at 60 already. It took them a bit of time to get warmed up in the engines, but they did manage it in the end as well. Only 1 point behind KE is number 1. And number 2, only 5 points behind Austria. And this is a team that's had 2 chicken dinners, and this is why we talked about consistency is so important. You cannot afford to go out of the game with 0 to little points, because you want to be able to make sure that you are going to be comfortable on that rankings. There's gonna be days that you're not gonna be able to play, and it's gonna be even more of a nightmare when you come back in the next day to try and play catch up. Because when we're looking at things right now, MSI has dropped down a little bit as other teams have started to climb up to the top. So with another 2 more Miramars to go, I am excited to see who exactly ends the night at the very top.
Hey guys, it's me again, and I'm here to tell you once more for the third time for today that you can get your hands on the Apollo Project Evo NIE. That's gonna be available till, a month or so more, that you guys can secure your hands on this hypercar. It's not a supercar, by the way. It's a hypercar, and there's only like 10 units available worldwide. If you want the real one, and it costs us millions of dollars, so get it something affordable with this collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Apollo. And yep, that's enough advertisement for me for today. So yeah,
You should know advertisement reads more. I like it.
I hope not. It's been a full week of ads for me. I'm like, but hey, I that's part of our job in essence. Like that's what we're being paid for as well. So but these teams, they're hoping to be paid handsomely by the end of this week, and I feel like this shakeup 2-1-4. They've always been the one that doesn't really sit all the way to the top every single game and be flashy about it. This time, they finally secure another win before they eventually go on break. Do you feel like maybe by the end of this week they can maintain the order because they still have maybe another day to play?
Yeah. I mean, when you have one more day to play, you can still play catch up as well. I don't think it's the worst. Okay, for me personally, not being able to play the last day is the worst. The worst. Because you sit there on the last day and you're praying because this is the final week, right? And you're trying to see whether or not you can make it next week. And you're just like, oh my god. Especially if you're like, I feel maybe, for me personally, 11th place and above is where it starts to really shake a little bit because you guys just never know who's gonna have a standout game. Sit there, pray and pray and pray and hope, and as your rankings go down, then you see yourself at 16th place, and you're just like,
yeah, your
and you
heart
cannot
will
breathe.
absolutely sink, right? But
yes, 100%.
for certain teams who have already gotten more than enough points away from that 16, they don't really have to be concerned about the grand finals. I think like it is already solidified for whoever is currently sitting at the top 5 at the moment. Because last week we see pretty much very familiar faces. Some are being voted in right now as well. So I'm not too surprised. And of course, we probably want to talk about the outliers here, right? The GG
Right.
pick, the Aja pick. Both have gotten, some good sunshine through the weekday, but today, not the fanciest of days for them. What do you think that they have to do in order to really bring some big games home here in Miramar?
Play your own game. Play your own game. Have your own game plan. And don't get too swept in the pressure coming in from rotations and fights. You gotta really be able to concede when the fight seems a little bit too hard. HKG realized that, and HKG said, okay, the fight's just not working out, so we'll have to see what works out for teams and which one doesn't on Miramar.
All right, folks. I know the sun has gone down from wherever you guys are at in Southeast Asia, or maybe you guys are watching from elsewhere around the world, and it's always going to be bright and sunny here in the weather forecast of Miramar, as it is a really nice line of flight coming in from Impala into Ladriela. So a lot of access has been cut off over the North Point, but it does not stop teams from moving to areas like St. Martin still, so that's going to be absolutely doable. So we are expecting maybe a lot of alternative spots to be claimed by a vast majority of the teams that love to drop over the North, like La Cabrera or even Torre Ahumada. So where exactly will they end up? Maybe truck stop, or they could also share more spaces in Las Nones, which is shareable up to 4 teams, I dare say, but that means a big party. And speaking of party, on the small little camp that we do have, we might actually see some action already between PNX as well as Nemesis.
I love these early fights. And it's, oh my god, A1 barely survives that scuffle. Gets him out of the way. And now for the rest of the team, Shadies as well, caught off guard. PNX dotting their I's, crossing their T's, nothing left to chance. And I am liking that they're not even baiting their teammates either. They're just like, okay, get the kill, secure it, do not allow them to have any situations where they can bring them back in the game. But somehow Shadies did manage to just crawl away. And I'm a bit surprised that PNX didn't decide to just sort of like stalk them a little bit closer, take advantage of that and try to bait. Simple Vein in the corner there. Dale finding a nice little angle where his shoulder was just a little bit too exposed. But somehow, Dale not able to finish off that job. Now in a predicament, he's right out there in the open. The only thing in front of him for cover is just this box. So his teammates are around, but I don't think they're in a position to actually follow up if he were to get knocked down.
This feels very much like a team deathmatch scenario, right? You're only playing box to box, and there's barely enough cover for both Dale as well as one of the members of PNX. Meanwhile, Dies, he parkoured his way out the window, but he's got his shoulders jutting out. So, quick sniff through. Demios finds a pin down. Like the fact that they've been able to look for a turnaround. One is already down and out, but I'm kind of surprised that, you know, they have been able to last this long and they finally draw the exchange, taking out Dice. The major concern for both sides of the squad is that they were running low on ammo. The last I checked for Dale, he was only got 30 bullets only for his AUG, which is why he's kind of holding back for a slight bit. But they've done just about enough to try to hold the rest of PNX. Now, Gus, as well as Vayne, they will be seeing if they could just find a way to huddle up in order to make any more differences in this matchup here. This is going to take a long while. No mets whatsoever for A1, so he's playing a very risky game here. Only an ACAM as well as a UMP.
Okay, honestly, it looked so much in Nemesis's favor just now, right? They got 2 knocks already, and I was wondering why the slowdown, why the breaks? Run it in, gang! You have an info! Now, Perfect will be the one to go down here, and NGGZ, you always expect this great opening from Gerald. Minar is low, though, but it doesn't mean he's down from the count. He still goes out, he still throws that nade, but whether or not it actually clips onto them is the question. Now, Antra, they're starting to feel that pressure. You see them jump shot to the face from above. What? And then Meteor climbs up the stairs once again, looks out the window, sprays out another player. And suddenly, Antra, everyone is just falling like flies. Boki, at the very least, does bring a little bit more fight. Looks away to Red, realizes his back is out there in the open. Didn't realize Red was going to jump out. I have to say, this is a 300 IQ 4D chess moment. And NGGZ knows all the moves.
My goodness. Miner, though, like that jump shot into climbing back to the staircase to find another was golden. I was about to commend the efforts coming from the side of Boki. I thought he would just continuously mark the location of Red because he was swinging by with his vehicle, but he kind of turned the other way around and he got himself absolutely exposed. And yeah, we go back into this slow, steady pacing of how PNX has played this one out. I understand why they're on the reserve, but as for Nemesis, back towards your point where you pointed out they could have actually kicked the high gear up and just basically rampage through, but it was an opportunity absolutely missed out. So now, PNX gets to at least pull themselves together. And with so much space here in Impala, it really felt like PNX, they got choked up into a scarce location all the way down south where there's not many loots available towards the small little shacks. As for Nemesis, I believe they're well-oiled enough for them to really find more of that space to really gather intelligence up against the side of PNX. But this truce was just very jarring. I think, like, not many teams will do so, but hey, I understand Nemesis, they're not in a good spot. They kind of don't want to drop out. So they're ensuring their safety. They're trying to play this one as comfortable as they could. But still, yeah, mind-boggling. Which is why I felt maybe these teams, they just gotta really up the ante and don't really think too much about situations. Just like NGGZ, these guys, they put their brains aside. It's all about firepower at the end of the day.
Yeah, sometimes you don't really have to overthink it. Just play your own game. double swing onto Joseph, and that's goodbye and good night to Joseph. Honestly, Ozja, I had high hopes from today. They started off day one with stellar, right? They were winning. I mean, we saw a few head-to-heads between them as well as NGGZ, and we thought, okay, it's a clear, decided winner in terms of firepower. That Ozja looks so much better. But then Ozja had that one day off. They were looking kinda, I don't know, quiet since they came back. And NGGZ somehow is just riding this insane wave of aggression. They have been going around the map. They've been, I think, actively taking fights. It's a situation where they get to the middle of the circle, they fight people for that space, and actively fight for points as well. And like you mentioned, it's less about trying to overthink their rotations and styles of play and how they're fighting, but more about just trying to make sure that they play their own game, playing their own rotations, and seeing these fights as something they need to get in terms of points, instead of like forcing these things. Because they're not really forcing fights, they're just really just saying, okay, there's a team there, how are we going to approach this fight?
Yeah, I love that kind of showing of confidence, right? Every other game where we definitely applaud them for, you know, going out for the hunt. They are just like 2-1-4. 2-1-4 is maybe a little bit more controlled, but I feel like NGGZ, their formula is there's no leashes. We could just allow any member to go target as many players as we want to, and that has worked out. As a matter of fact, they're sitting at 111 points, and now adding another 6 more to the tally. They're about to give chase to even the likes of Hive International, who has backed much more chicken dinners. That just goes to show their prowess in team fighting as well as finding targets to be pretty impeccable. Now, this is a very familiar sight, Cash. I've seen this yesterday. Is it going back in the city? I hope not, but we see a majority of all these teams, they are actually playing over on the hillside instead. So nobody wants to put all their eggs in one basket for the meantime. Whereas 2-1-4, I think I just spoke about them just less than a minute ago. And now they are the ones to try to find aggression, but it is Clay Jr. that spots the rival. Nothing much that Hash can do about this, as that was a blind spot that Clay was holding at. So it's a free 1-pointer, but that move, does that alert the rest of 2-1-4 to kind of crash in the gates though? Probably not. This kid is on the whole trying to steer them away from this direction.
You know what? We might have an actual town end. I don't know how I feel about that. No, like an actual one. Like the one where it's not on the road. The one where it's near the buildings. You remember years ago when we casted the, I think it was PMPL, and we saw that when it was the building finish, everyone was just waiting on different parts of like the buildings, and then like at the end, one guy just jumps up the top side of the building after waiting to the last possible second, just shotgun someone on the face, and that was the most anticlimactic ending we've ever seen.
I think I can recall those kind of moments for sure. Like, we've seen a couple of all these kind of stuff, and usually you think that you're gonna be safe in the rooftop until you have to kind of take that leap of faith. Yeah, it does happen. For now, they don't have to be worried about that though. Stage 2, we still have a lot of room here in Miramar. As for the side of On Fire though, that's a little bit of damage being done towards the side of Outer X. I don't think it's gonna be all too concerning whatsoever. Quick pickups, and it's Kaya on the K9. This is what I really do miss, you know, in the very, very early seasons, whoever masters the snipers, they actually control a big portion of the map. And now, of course, with DMR being a lot more popular, Mini 14s are usually the go-to, in comparison with the bolt-action rifles, of course, because if somebody's gonna rush you, you're defenseless, which is why, you know, teams have updated themselves to the meta. It's also interesting to compare it with even the likes of PC. One thing that I kind of want to see being introduced to PUBG Mobile is Hands of Ops. Like, they need to have Panzer Valves in every single map so that teams could consider, do you want a one-shot, one-kill weapon for maybe a late-game skirmish, or maybe for you to infiltrate certain compounds to absolutely blast somebody out of the map? Yeah.
Sounds fun.
That sounds super fun, right?
Yeah, just make it more wacky, more ridiculous. We love that.
And then in exchange, you only get that one shot, and then you gotta look for another weapon. That's the risk.
I'm telling you right now, right? That kind of stuff, everyone's just gonna whiff. But it's great for zone control, though. I mean, if I'm being so for real, you see someone walking out with that, you just gonna think, I don't think we're gonna see this fan. I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah, I definitely think that maybe there's very good reasons why they haven't introduced it yet, because right now, I think it's in a decent state, but...
I mean, it's more competitive. It's not gonna scare people off. And honestly, I'm liking this meta. I mean, back then, it was more about like the 3 frontliners and then 1 playing that long range. But then ever since, you know, the long rangers always get caught and they're alone, everyone sort of like abandoned that idea now. We're preferring to play a little bit more together. And speaking of together here, Top alone in the corner, taking this fight. Okay, he's choked. I'm not sure how he's gonna be able to get away from this. Yep, good call by GC. Just to fully surround this guy. Almost felt like you're cornering animal for that moment there, because he definitely did try to put a fight, and if they didn't have that right timing to properly take these fights, well, it could have been more resources used or one player knocked down into the lobby. Don't want that this early.
Yeah, for instance, I thought that he would actually double down on the other guy that's swinging from the outskirts. Instead, the moment that he tries to wrap back around, there's already another play from the side of GC that kind of secured their number. Speaking of which, what really went on with TTQ? Absolutely got crushed there in an instant. We don't really get too much of a glimpse of what went down. YG, however, oh, what on... That was a headshot through a moving vehicle, and Master Smile made it look like it was just basic gameplay to him with an AUG. Okay, this is just getting a little out of hand on what YG is doing to some of all these teams out there. Well, HKG suffered another loss due to that. And they really don't want any part of whatever business that YG wants to offer. They're just on the lookout. They know that they want to push. And of course, they have KE to thank for that. They're holding on to the opposite side of the sector that's currently keeping YG put for the moment. And I think like the coast isn't all too clear for YG. Today has been the day of opposites, where they were forced to drop into the other side of the corner of where the zone is. So you tend to see YG playing around the edges. But when they do so, that's where they start hunting out for points. So start off with 2. Now looking to back another tree up against the rest of HKG. We'll see how that will fare. And now, quick update. Thankfully, no urban endings. We're going up into the high hills. And that's where NGGZ, they take over.
El Galacticos needs to take this fight against HKG here. HKG has not only the top 7 train, but also that building for cover. So, Yango Galacticos though, however, they are very adept at kind of dissecting these areas. They weren't aware that Mankey was somewhere on the outer end, so have to watch their backs as well. So that puts a bit of a damper into Yango Galacticos' push. Did throw out the molly to disallow them from looking at them through the window or pushing out. But the molly does eventually dissipate. So do the smokes, and Yango Galacticos feel like they don't have a way to break into HKG's defenses quite yet. I'm not even sure if they're aware that Mankey has repositioned himself inside of the other compound. Okay, Marnie Boy breaks inside the building. Nice. Still has to go upstairs. Still has to face the imminent idea that there's going to be a shotgun in your face as soon as your head pops up. So, instead of forcing the fight upstairs, they decide to go upstairs, and that's Mankey finally dealt with. So their backs are finally cleared and a little bit more safe. Young Galacticos put Romeo on the outer end just to see if anyone does come through to join in on that fight. As HKG just blind shots through that smoke, cannot find anything at all. Marnet Boy does pass by one player, finally gets him in the end. And HKG dismantled, destroyed at 12.
Love the fact that they really solely isolated the targets, starting off with those over onto the ground floor that was on the other side sector of the shack. And they know that at any given point in time, they could actually rush in if they were just basically corralled in towards the top floor instead. So clean stuff coming in from the side of Yangon Galacticos. But while they're doing just that, KE members, they're also putting a little bit more of that pressure to try to zone them off. Unfortunately, got that Mirado stuck over onto the slopes as Campus takes advantage of that scenario, getting one tag off. Merely a scratch. Not a cause for concern yet for the side of Yangon Galacticos, whereas I wonder if KE really wants to take too long over onto the edges. It's still stage 4, plenty more space to occupy over onto the high ridges of the hill. But so long as they do see some movements coming from the side of YG, they are hoping to just chip them off, maybe just force them to eventually succumb to the blue if they could, but that will take a while. 30 more seconds before that zone shifts. Well, we do have a pan over onto another party. GC is the ones occupying over onto the other side of the warehouse, so I wonder if YG could successfully infiltrate, though. That's going to be a big question to be answered in a short moment.
See how exactly the navigation, wow, sounds like I'm about to go on a drive, right? How these teams are going to be moving around the area. Okay, so NGGZ, I don't know if you guys saw just now, NGGZ had, I think, the highest amount of eliminations in the lobby right now. And most importantly, they have a lot of control on the southern side. They have the highest ground terrain. They have 2 more areas on the side as well. So they don't really have to go for full send fights, but rather you can just wait for fights to go toward them. And also, most importantly, whoever that's coming in from any part of the southern side will have to go and fight them as well. This includes OV, I believe. Yeah, OV as well as GG alongside 2 and 4. So they have to pay the toll, and that is going to be with their lives.
Well, we'll see about it, whether if, and that will be the case. A couple of all these shots does connect. Carrillo, so far, doing a great job holding them back. And this is somehow taking a little too long for them to really settle the scores. I absolutely understand why, because it's not really a direct passage for them to take a CQC anyways. This mid-range taps are also fully covered with all these tricky terrains. And speaking of tricky terrains, it's even worse inside the city. Now, I'm not too sure if BK is currently landlocked with the rest of Observation Esports. It looks to me that they only have to be concerned about NGGZ on the high hills that might actually pressure them, but they are actually occupied with the rival of GG trying to swing from their back. So, Minor, we've seen him really worked out magic throughout the course of the early game, taking out 2 squads already and looking for a whole lot more. Pretzel on the other side gets one for the side of Hive International, taking out Spyro with a headshot. It's Minor just slowly crawling his way back into the zone as he expects the arrival inside of GG, and he wants to be really sneaky about his position. While the fight erupts, once again, it's just a big bang from Hive to close it out against PNX, who's got second place last round, but it looks a lot rougher here in Miramar.
Okay, now, as we go into this southern side, not only is NGGZ having so much control of this area and this terrain, but there is one team that I do dare say can break their formation. It's gonna be GG's. Anyway, I spoke too soon. One player of GG already knocked down, but it's still not a secure kill. And NGGZ is doing a great job of trying to let's buy a bit of time, wait for GG to sort of push out. And I think that because of that, Kaya waited in the wings, knocks down Jarrell. Now Red is just slowly proning upwards. I don't think his position is noted yet, as MM will be the one to pull away the crosshairs, but his teammate is taking way too long to rotate over. Red does get a chip and a clip, but it's a Ranzer that makes it in the end. Wow. Honestly, this guy played a game of hide and seek, and Kaya with the long-range weapon. And NGGZ, 9 elims. We just talked about how many eliminations they've had in this lobby. But it's GG that said it doesn't matter how aggressively you play and how aggressively you hold. Our forte is breaking down formations.
Yeah, and they did it so successfully. They really draw every member's attention away from another. And then you saw that clutch play coming from the side of Ranzer. He is just an absolute rat, just crawling his way through, breaking ankles at the same time, and popping their heads by the end of it. Okay, I'm pretty sure the replay will cover that later on. Because to usually take out those teams on the high ground is just such a tall task. But they did it so efficiently without losing members. That's the beauty of it. And I believe by doing so, GG now opens up so much more room to really take control over on the course of Stage 6 onwards. But as for the side of BKE, they've been absolutely quiet for the right reasons. I mean, overall, if you've already lost 2 members, you've got to ensure your safety comes first and foremost. And Observation Esports might have actually let them off the hook for the moment. Frenzy's just basically getting a little bit of suntan. Well, actually, he's fully clothed, so probably not the case. Going back towards the side of Baby Young Lee, I'm surprised he's still holding on to that Car 98K, and he's putting it to good use, perhaps. Hey, that's a good angle. There we go. Oh, it's actually a Mosin Nagun. There we go. Those taps quickly secures it. Makes it a double as well. Okay, I see what you're doing there. But the rest of Observation Esports, are they just going to let this one slide? Because it is near impossible to go in for the save. KE's on top of the side of the hill. And it seems like they're absolutely stuck with nowhere to go.
I'm trying to see how exactly they can move around this area here. Because there's a lot of teams in the area. And no one really dares to go toward that middle ground. And after all, it's understandable, right? It's a crater in the middle between 2 high grounds. It's a road as well. No one's even dared to go toward the airdrops. So, in this situation, a lot of it is just wait and see. We talked about how it's going to be a wait and see situation inside of town. I think we had this conversation, right, Contra?
Yeah.
But we didn't take into account how it would be a wait and see in this insane terrain as well. And on the side of Los Leones, I think at least me, I forgot to take into account how annoying some of these terrains can be. Shots to the head. That was a very dangerous game played. And KE is doing a great job of just surviving this wrong. And they're looking really good. Okay, spoke too soon. Master D2K down and out. Shouldn't be a problem to bring him back into the game, but it does break formations. But you have like Marl Burubu waiting in the wings as you see someone trying to push forward and bring you back. That is hook, line, and sinker baited and eaten. And he was so good at taking advantage of that. And meanwhile, Master Smile is barely alive. And it's so hard trying to play on this off angles, on these terrains. You think you have an off angle held, you don't know who's watching on the left side, you don't know who's watching the right. And in fact, some of these terrains work better for the lower terrains, especially if the nades are good at being thrown downward.
Indeed, and right now, second seed versus third seed, and Romeo Boys got the upper hand in the form of the exchange as they tried their level best to zone out the rest of Hive International. Tucked by the far corner, Ryman's got nowhere to work with, but the nades are looking pretty good. Connects directly towards Marnet Boy. There we have it. Pretzel now unleashes the flurry of nades onto the corner as they will be able to secure another one under their belts. YG, as much as they want to really pick them up, it is kind of hard to really navigate around these areas. Once again, the terrain has been the bane of many of all these teams from getting much work done. Speaking of which, out in the open, caught out, and it is Master Small kind of asking for that to happen to him. Pretzel now opens out every single corner, and YG is dancing in the middle of the grounds, and there's just no way of escaping the wrath of Hive International.
It's looking so good. This team is, I feel like today, not only are they on form, but not only are they aggressive, but they're a little bit more tactical with how they're playing. There's a little bit more patience and a little bit more, I would say, thought in how they move around the area. And even maps that seem a little bit more complicated, they know how to navigate these situations. And it's great to see this, I would say, come from this particular team. Now with YG out of the game, I can tell that the whole lobby probably breathed a sigh of relief believe that's one team I don't have to worry about too much. That's one team that is so good at mid to long range and we don't have to worry about in terms of rushing toward us. But at the same time, you have teams that are more aggressive. We've seen this happen on day one. KE trying their best to go for these long range hits, and BKE drops down from that terrain, and it will spell their doom. It was a very, very desperate play, and understandably so. There was just no more space, and you gotta gamble somehow.
Yeah, it just didn't pay out though. Straight towards the crosshairs of GG, and 214 is also in the same predicament just by the ditches, but it's a two-way nade towards KE for the remainers who are still on top of the hill, and they will soak in every single drop of that bombardment, with GC actually taking the better exchange. And now on towards the side of Hive International. Much as they've been holding on for a very long time, we've seen how Hive have thrived in all these battles. Yanming barely hanging on, as he will eventually be soaking every single drop of bullet. And there you go, a jump that eventually gets caught by Ryman. Insane, I tell you, coming from the boys of Hive International again. 3 members left, and the rest of the party have been further weakened. This might just be another one through the list of wins that Hive International had from the past week all the way up to week 2. And now, look at that spacing. Pretzel working all alone. While Kaya goes in for the push. 1 versus 2. He's got a line of fire, but not enough for the trade. Still a 10 limbs run for the side of GG. Well, 214 hangs on.
Okay, here is where things get super interesting. People just rushing forward, left, right, and center. Raimon a little bit too behind, so Monboy does get traded. Clay Jr. cannot secure those kills. So here comes a little bit more of that truce. While both teams go for that reset, I don't think he wants to actually pick up Raimon. Instead, he wants to cook that nade, throw it up there, goes a little bit, oh, not wide enough. So can't pick up his teammate. He's gonna try and attempt it again. Raimon probably a little bit too late to go for that pickup, so he does go down. And 214 waiting in the wings, trying this time not to force those fights. They're patient, to say the least, and most importantly, they're understanding that they're at that back end. They have a terrain to hide behind, but if their head pops up, it will spell doom. And there's only so many hits you can take before you fall. And I gotta give it to Clay Jr. This guy finds alternatives to the fights around him, and he's not afraid to go all in.
He's an absolute Chad, going for the saves and now going for the kill as well up against the side of Pretzel as he blows up that vehicle. Not quite enough damage to actually blow Pretzel out of the waters just yet, despite this being a very dry land, of course. Squeezing in those bullets right underneath that broken vehicle. Doesn't seem like it has connected any dots though. But Pretzel, he's got nowhere else to go. Like, that saving grace coming from the side of Clay Jr. was really what was necessary, despite it being such a risky call. Thankfully, that grenade that was lobbed earlier did not fully connect, and now, OV, they are having that control for the moment. And once it hits the tail end of stage 9, you know that Pretzel probably has nowhere else to go, so the fight is really, realistically, between OV as well as 214, as we've just talked about that scenario. Now, 214 appears right underneath their noses as Clay Jr. is going for it, and now they're depleted. Is there going to be enough? He's going to full send it. He's going to take the leap of faith, I do assume. Manages right before they go in for the last hoorah. Will Mix turn this one around?
Mix is stuck. Okay, who's stuck with who exactly is the question. And 214, oh my god, honestly, that's crazy. That corner from Mix, and he did it all alone. Managed to find that crucial spray to be able to win out that game. And 214 feels like they can do no wrong right now. We talked about how they were at the back foot. They were at the lower side of that terrain. They were making sure to just let the fights happen in front of their eyes. But by no means are they not going to be proactive and try to see if there's any holes they can poke. 214 looking real good right now. Migs once again being the biggest impact maker, while not as explosive as that last round. But this time around, the priority is to find that positioning. And it's so nice to see them have this game plan in mind, because on day one, it was all about the eliminations, and they went super quiet because they felt like, okay, this plan is just not working out anymore. Everyone is fighting us and we're not hitting the mark with our fights. And now they find that sweet spot in knowing which fights they can commit to and which maps, it's better for them to focus on positionings. So for now, let's have a look at how the journey of 214 happened. After this, we'll talk about it a little bit more.
You know, Tash, we talked about scenarios where certain teams will have to take a leap of faith. And it certainly was a very rough call for the side of OV, despite ending up on number 2. It was Migs once again. The king has bested everybody else on the block. But in the form of elimination numbers, I definitely do think that the rest of the party, like Hive International as well as GG, have been able to really firm up a lot of all these amazing plays throughout the course of Erangel. 2-4, of course, we still take it from these guys who's been resilient throughout the course of the battle, and they've definitely found just about that sweet spot, and it was Mix once again bringing in that clutch factor by the tail end of the run to secure themselves that back-to-back win. I think like one of the most impressive fight was what we've witnessed between GG as well as NGGZ for that high heel overtake. And now, speaking of overtaking, I believe certain teams have been able to achieve just that by securing bulks of points here in Miramar.
Honestly, this is insane. How, what's the word for it? Aggressive? Fight heavy? Skirmishy? This particular map has been. GG on a rampage, and GGZ ended with 9 alongside Hive as well. And you could really tell that in this situation, not only because it was possibility of it being an urban warfare, but because of how complicated these terrains were, these fights were bound to happen. Especially since there's a lot of long-range fights that could come through. Personally, for me, I thought this map would have gone to the likes of Young Galacticos that do prefer these long-range fights. I'm surprised that teams like KE stepped up, to the plate for these long-range fights. OV, Hive even, that prefer something a little bit more up close and personal. So it's nice to see this change in pace. It's nice to see that these teams have a different facet or style of play to come through. It's just great. It's just interesting. And speaking about interesting as well, the teams that did well in the beginning of the day, like BKE, are a little bit more quiet this time around. And again, we are in an era where we can't really pinpoint which team does well on which map, because it depends so much on how I think the trajectory or the rotations go, right? I mean, it's obvious to say the least, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Regardless,
Yeah.
204 will be the one and 201 in points first. And I swear to God, can somebody play, Somebody Bites the Dust by Michael Jackson? Thank you very much. Because that is how 214 is looking at the other teams.
Well, we gotta sift through the copyrights if we gotta get that being played though. But of course, one of the major updates into the leaderboards is that GC have finally overtaken Terra Esports, who's on the break, and sends them into the red line. HKG might need a chicken dinner to match up to JC. I don't know if they could do that, but we've seen some big rounds from them before. Nemesis, Afra, I think like this has been a day of struggle, despite Afra putting some really good stops to certain teams out there. So we see pretty much back-to-back wins for both Hive as well as 2-1 for Pro already. So we'll see who will claim the final chicken dinner night here in the last map of Miramar. Hi, it's me again, telling you guys to once again come and celebrate with our friends here, friends of PUBG Mobile, as we got Winnie as well as Bam Bam releasing the brand new single Cover You that's coming out really quickly, and of course, you guys can team up with your friends and loved ones or make some new friends to celebrate PUBG Mobile's 8th year anniversary. It is going to be a banger, so make sure you guys stay tuned to that as we will bring you guys back into the final matchup here of the PMCL spring season. So, wow, we're about to welcome the weekend already. We're already seeing such a big shakeup. I'm just surprised, you know, today YG starved out, but it also unleashes an even better story. Hive with 2 wins, and now 2-1-4 with another double. Crazy times.
I wanted to open it with how you open, like, hi, it's us again. But I couldn't. But anyways, I'm coming back. Yeah, I mean, you know, the amount of back-to-back chicken dinners that we've seen for the last 3 days is actually insane. I cannot tell whether there is them riding off that high from that last game, whether it's just the stars aligning, but it is fun. And it does throw anyone that is predicting teams to go on a rampage to just completely go RI every single round. Regardless, you know, coming into today, I decided to throw in OV in there. OV, if you're watching, I see you. You're almost there, guys. Please. You're almost there. Get that last chicken dinner, gang.
Well, I guess like that was a big 50-50 trade out in the last round, which was super duper close, right? I thought Mix might have actually gone down, but once again, this guy, an absolute king. He has always salvaged situations that almost look unsalvageable. But of course, we gotta start things off on the clean slate again as we wrap up our Friday night here in this final map of Miramar to be played right here, right now.
Okay, now that we're already in the game, oh my gosh, I am excited. I don't know why, but today's games have been particularly great. Compared to yesterday, that was a lot more slower, right? Now that everyone has sort of understood what exactly YG or how exactly they play, I think everyone has a countermeasure in hand, or rather an idea on how to navigate these things. Regardless, for today, 2-1-4 looks really, really good. Back-to-back. Hive has gotten a back-to-back today as well. You know, so it's always very, very fun to see how this goes. We saw, I think an OV fumble on one of the maps as well. So again, you can't really tell who's the clear winner up until when the screen flashes with the logo name. Now, flight path from Torre Alfamada all the way toward Monte Nuevo Ladrillera. How do you pronounce it? Ladrillera. I can never say it properly, Contra.
Yeah, or maybe you could choose to silent it as well, like Ladriella.
That's Italian. That's Italian.
I don't know. I don't speak Latin, or do I speak like Mexican, Portuguese,
Spanish.
or so? Spanish. Yeah, South American.
Fair.
Easily
Fair.
put.
Okay, we had a Lost Leonis circle just now. We're gonna go toward the side of, you know what, Crater Fields. I know what Elpo's now, Crater Field circle.
I see what you're getting at. Potential big one for NGGZ, right? Since, you know, they've always been the rowdy bunch to try to take everybody on. Why not have the fight be brought to them instead? That'll be pretty interesting. And with this zone, finally, YG does not have to rotate too far. Maybe it will be a decent game for them. As for 2-1-4, this is the team that we'll keep our close eyes on. So far, they really show a little bit of everything that they have to offer. You talked a little bit about Observation Esports. They went into the foe across the outskirts of Chumacera, and wow, Sin, she starts things off strong with M249 in hand, unleashing the beast of a weapon to claim first blood up against OV.
Man, what a jinx! I just mentioned them as well. I'll never predict them again. Now, production. From now on, don't let me predict that production. Tomorrow, when the predictions come up, production will say banned.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I would basically do the complete opposite of my vote so that I could get banned as well from voting or jinxing any teams. But every other season, we're forced to put these unfortunate names on the list of who gets the crux of it, right? So, yeah, it do be like that, but it does not really mean that basically
It's not out yet. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, we have seen teams go all the way till the end with as a 3, right? Hell, we even saw a team manage a chicken dinner as a 2. So, it's not impossible. I think in PMSL last year, we saw a player get a chicken dinner alone.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
that's the caliber of players when it comes down to the SEA competition and beyond, right? This is, of course, the other portion of SEA, which we are also covering this time around with the involvement of HKG. This is basically bigger, if I must say. We involve more regions, we involve more nationalities, and so on and so forth. And to me, it's just a very distinct style of play that we're getting at here. Of course, from the list of names out there, we've seen a lot of bright talents coming from Myanmar, from the Philippines. And imagine when they do match up with the rest of APAC, though. How crazy could it get? Imagine, like, you have multiple duplicates of YG going against each other, multiple duplicates of Hive, as well as 214 and GGZ.
Yeah.
It's just wow. Absolutely wow.
It is well. It is well. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. This is a big, huge change in pace from the last Miramar to this one. It's slowed down by a lot. Granted, it is a more centralized circle, so a lot of teams probably have a rotation in mind, a lot of ways they want to navigate around the map, and the first team that is still going to be pressured is still going to be OV. And for good reason. I mean, Antra finding a good opening there. Wait, Leo just movement diffed him.
Wow.
Did you see the little strafes? To just
Crazy.
kind of matrix the bullets? Somehow even managing to hide away from Seki.
I kind of expect that at all. And I believe Seki has gotten subbed in, and we haven't really seen him play for today. And finally, getting into the mixture here, he might be able to prove himself up against those members of Observation Esports, though. Like you said, that movement, though, and surviving with only like a drop of health left, and suddenly drawing an exchange up against Seki as well. These guys are really turning the tables around.
Yeah, they're taking their time here in Chumacera. I mean, they got time, that's for sure. They what, another 2.5 minutes or so before that circle shifts, so they can absolutely still stay here. But what I'm more concerned of is that 214 is currently moving up from Valdemar, so they will eventually pass by Chumacera and Minas del Val, right? Especially since behind them is also a high terrain where I feel like 214 might be able to backstab them if they wanted to. So that's my cause of concern right now. But for now, I think, again, they got 2 minutes. They gotta make something happen in 2 minutes. I mean, in PUBG Mobile times, there's like 2 hours, so fine.
Yeah. 2 hours, maybe a little bit too drastic, though. But yeah, I kind of get the drill of it. Sin finally putting one more player to sleep. I believe that Happy Feet had gotten a little bit of a rest, and he kind of tripped over, limping on his knees with no members of OV around.
Yeah.
So 2 for 2.
I'm surprised that OV decided to go out in the open. I thought that they were a little bit, or had some semblance of idea where Zin had positioned himself. They know that Seki was on the high ground, and I understand they want to push Seki out of his area. But again, it's such a tall hill to climb, like literally tall hill to climb.
Yeah.
And it's all out there in the open, it's wide, and they don't have an idea where the other teams are. That was a very risky play, and they had really paid for that with half their team this early into the game.
Yeah, I certainly think that it is tough to challenge Afra for now. OV are forced to play even more reserved. We've seen this scenario before. Say Cloud versus Miner. Both sides trying to chip each other apart. And it has always been a stalemate, to say the very least, between the two. They're just gonna do like that thing, you know, that meme that's like, hey, you over there, what's your name? But of course,
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna finish off that meme because it's a little vulgar.
Yeah.
But for those who know, they know it. But probably they would just wait until more teams come to this area. I almost say estate, but there's just no estate around for them to even grasp hold of. But eventually they will definitely reap more rewards by just planting themselves all the way up over on the hillside. At least no fights is always going to be a good thing in the early span of the match, which means that you're not in trouble. But that circle hard shifts, and it seems like both miners, well, say Cloudea, will have to descend and start to make their rounds across St. Martin or even Power Grid.
Circle did move away from Crater Field, so Power Grid Circle will still be very complicated to work around. There we go. Zin finally finding that kill. Oh my gosh, it's been about 2-3 minutes now that these two teams have been here and they haven't been able to move. Now we start to see movement because the circle is about to shift toward them. So I'm liking that Kid had kind of hung around in the back area since everyone is just so distracted by Rex just now. But because Kid got that knock, great. But he's not close enough to secure the kill. He's not close enough to really bait off the other players either. So he can only buy time to reposition himself on the upper side of this building. Now he jumps down. Out there in the open. They're so aware of him. They've definitely heard his footsteps as well. So not sure what he can do. He doesn't have a lot of utility. His shields are almost out and out. Nathra taking a very patient and safe approach, coming in from different angles, which does allow Kid a position to isolate fights, but he was already, I think, on the back foot when it comes to his shields, his utility as well. So Atra this time will win this, and OV will be that first team out of the final map.
Well, after a good 5 minutes, finally they settle the scores. Meanwhile, HKG runs straight into a trap lane laid out from the side of Hive International. Will they be able to overcome is going to be the big question here as they slowly get depleted. Monboy quickly clearing it up. And there we go. That's going to be a last straw being drawn for HKG for the night. And that's just straight up 4 pointers. This could have been the fate of OV. 4 minutes, conclude that fight. Easy peasy. But no, it was long drawn out for them. But Hive says, yep, it only takes us less than 10 seconds to get those 4 points.
They're very decisive when it comes to these fights. It almost feels like they're... I really want to know who their IGL is, because every time they make a fight, probably the call is say, okay, we go for this fight, you come from here, 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 and everyone just knows what to do. It just feels like that because of how they hit, how they move together as a unit. It almost feels like they're really good at strangling a team they're going to go for. They don't allow them to really react. They're very quick on that as well. So a lot of teams need to be more aware that teams like Hive that really thrive off speed is definitely around. Regardless, I think we saw Gerald as well from NGGZ fall. So that's another, I think, Power Firehouse out of the way. Did they just cross each other? Did they cross each other? Ooh. I think they both didn't realize that they're both gonna be there. Zin goes out of the way, and it's a perfect spray. Time to quick. Today has been quite unlucky for them. They get the first pick-off of the day. Mewtwo needs to be picked up, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. No, he's so far away from his teammates.
Oh boy, this is an interesting fight though. 2-1-4 versus YG. As well as NGGZ also in a mixture as well as they take out Romeo Boy. MM now cooking a massive grenade, expecting the arrival of 2-1-4 as he turns his other way around, finally finding a little bit more cover as well as backing coming from the rest of NGGZ. This is basically the top three, basically just clawing each other out from the get-go. And of course, there can only be one victor. YG doesn't seem likely to be on that list this time around. Words for wear. It's been basically a day of blunders, a day of disappointments. Now down to his hash. Oh, that nade. Beautifully timed.
So good.
And you can see GG's. They are just so low. And they can't find a way out from 2-1-4.
I love seeing these long drawn fights all across that map as well. Definitely up the ante ever since that first circle shift and Simple Vein. Somehow movement tried to move but diff it. Wasn't able to hit that mark. He was already so low by the time Zin got knocked down. So Graveyard does get one over by TTQ. Shouldn't be a problem to bring his teammate back into the game. Fairly healthy as well, with all 4 still alive. He already annihilated one whole team. They have 4 in the bag. Mewtwo as well, finally up as well. And like you mentioned, it's going to be SayCloud here alone. I think we've seen SayCloud steal away more eliminations before he gets knocked out of the game. So I am very much expecting that for him. But the usual suspects on the top side is struggling. NGGZ already out. OV is out already. Yangon Galacticos barely surviving with 1 player. And Anthra, despite that good start, eliminated already with 4 points.
Yeah, the problem with the rotation was they were very late to the scene as well. So you can see how many teams were already waiting by the edges by the time that they finish up that fight. And as much as they got those 4 points, they could not really extend all too much as they sit at the bottom once more. Very unfortunate for 2 weeks, not having enough points. And realistically as well, you take a look at the 2 remainder of the days. I'm not sure Afra will be taking a break eventually. I believe they took it together alongside with Yangon Galacticos to start off the week. So realistically, they need to chase up more than 50 points in order to reach the top 16 to fight for the grand finals as well. So Asia Esports, they find themselves a freebie from the Heal side. Definitely a struggle so far. And of course, a lot of their energy has been depleted throughout the course of the evening. Somehow, as much as YG have suffered the brunt of the exchange early on, SayCloud finds himself directly in the center, sharing a space not too far off from the side of On Fire. It looks like they're side by side, but he's actually on the foothill instead to keep himself pretty much at bay. Whereas the other squads over in the south, they're gonna have a little party by the corners of Martin.
A lot of teams knocked out early. You know, it was as soon as that second circle shift, third circle, that everyone said 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's just go haywire. Let's go crazy. Let's just send the fights out. And it felt like on our screen was just flashing back to back to back teams getting, kicked out of this final map, and the ones still here, looking at Nemesis, GC, Osja, teams that really haven't had the best of days still alive, just needs to be a little bit more exciting to see what they have to offer here, especially with the bigger, stronger names out. Now Crazy jumps down to try and see if he can secure this kill, and he doesn't. Was not expecting Lucky to be close by. Another bait taken, but Mewtwo will not be able to be saved. Everyone out here getting rage baited, what can I say?
Honestly, he could have just let that guy dry out by the blue zone, right? And it's also an impossible task for TTQ to kind of go in for the rescue. He kind of put himself to the crosshairs of TTQ. So, yeah. I guess I shouldn't say more because it will suddenly sound like an insult eventually, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, the rest of Hive tries to choke out the entire party of GC on the other corner, but Yang tried to gallop his way out because Crazy was a lost cause. Gotta let the man just take a little bit of a breather. While they carry on, Hive, they will basically put out their stranglehold like you said earlier. They're like a python here in the desert, as they are just slowly wrapping every single possible corner that GC can turn for the moment, and they cannot afford to also go towards the further eastern side because another squad is waiting for them, which is TTQ, who took out Crazy earlier on. Perhaps they are looking to exact vengeance once more, but those plans can put a hold for now. Only 1 point in for the side of GC. TTQ sends a few stray bullets, and just like that, it already signals that they're absolutely cut off. So we move on the other side. It is Asia hoping to see if they could just crack this one open to take the high grounds from the hands of OF.
You know what's actually insane as well? I'm really keeping a close eye out on where OF is holding, right? They have a nice control of the buildings in the area. They have a nice off-angle terrain hold as well, despite only moving as a tree. And I think that they had left iTurks to look or just really zoom in onto Nemesis at the bottom side there. So if say that Nemesis does move out to the back area at the bottom side of the train, behind the right under where they're holding, well, let's just expect some hits to be popped. And now I was about to say something about KE as well, about their hold toward that western side, of the terrain. But now the circle had hard shifted here, so that wide open area, I think that does leave KE in a bit of a predicament, especially when you have, you know, Nemesis that's able to just really shoot out. And 214 is already rushing into the circle, and I think they're just full sending it toward Nemesis right now. And I think it's a pretty bold choice. Nemesis waiting in the wings. Dale unfortunately whiffed, so he wasn't able to put in that much damage to the members of 214 waiting on the lower side. Ryujin in the wings, in the corner, the other three looking to try to burst into the compound, but they're being extremely patient. But Nemesis, knowing that they have a bit more of a hold, do not want to go out, so his teammate will go out through the smokes into a different compound that reposition. I'm not too sure if Capo is aware. Judging by that nade, I think he very much is. Worm, Low, and Hive as well in a fight against GC on the other end of the map.
Crazy on how this one starts off with that big bang that opens up a lot of space for Hive to try to take on this fight. It's only down to Yang. And he's pretty shredded. It's only 30% of health bars left, so Ramon finishes the job. It almost was decent enough of a trade with two members being knocked down for the side of Hive, so they will have to call in for that reset. Nemesis was really smart to actually give them that space as well, so now they get a higher ground to start bombarding the rest of 214 Pro. Sticking in the C4 to the walls, this might actually secure it. I want to see a C4 knock, because we've not seen that in a very long while. But for the side of Nemesis, they're keeping their eyes pretty much locked over the side of 214. On the far end is going to be KE. He tries to trail him, but unfortunately he's taking the wrong side of the window, or else that would have been a clean one for Demios to go in for the knock. But so far, Nemesis, massive improvement, 3 points. They could also secure maybe 2 more points for them to overtake HKG.
Was just playing through smokes, and I think as soon as the smoke falls, he's like, okay, let's just rendezvous back with my teammates. 204 and Nemesis, I think that fight no one really gained anything except for Nemesis losing 2 members, but they still have a bit more control of the area they're holding. Now, the rotations from KE does finally come through, but they will be going toe-to-toe against OF. And I would say that OF is one of those teams that are really good at taking fights. They're very, very aggressive, but Carrillo finding a great opening on special means that there's only 3 more members to worry about, has a little bit more space to work with, gives Master D2K an angle to look toward the other area of the map, which is currently held by Ozja. But they're not done yet. I mean, they see Spyro up there. Gonna cook that nade, push him out. And I wouldn't be surprised that during this fight, we might be seeing Ozja's presence, maybe? Nah, I don't think so. Since Ozja is one limping, at least Yu is low. Burubu, aggressive. That insane reaction time as they pass each other is incredible to see.
Yeah, and I think like the timing couldn't be any worse for the side of On Fire, right? Because they were the ones taking charge of this compound. The moment they decide, okay, it's time to move deeper into the fields of St. Martin, is where they just see the rival of KE, which is why they're so scattered. They cannot afford to fight back. Meanwhile, you did mention Asia. They're trying to trade up against the rest of KE. Both sides of the Cambodians now trying to really cut each other off. As a matter of fact, now that we're talking about nationalities and, of course, regions, I can't help but to notice that on the middle of the pack, it was really filled with a lot of the Cambodian side. Of course, the list goes on from 7th all the way down to 12th, but rest assured, I think we will see a bunch of them in the grand finals for sure. Malburubu got a lot more to do to clear a lot of all these areas, while 214 are slowly getting shredded by Carillo. He's been hitting the mark for so many times throughout Miramar specifically. I kind of wish he has done so much more back in Erangel, but of course, that have passed from hours ago. And D2K pins one more from the side of BKE. From that high ground, they're making good use of it. And it really goes to show that if you're taking advantage of such an area of play, you got to make the best of it. On Fire didn't, and I felt like they could have actually reaped so much more. As OF, only one member left with 0 points, while Master DTK just absolutely unloading everything he's got over onto those members of BKE.
I'm quite surprised at this outcome. I mean, I thought 2-on-4 would be a little bit more, I think, snug in that area, but I guess that this high ground does give a little bit more space, a little bit more angles to work with. And KE, very aware and also very adept at making sure that they're keeping all the teams in front of them, not only at bay, but also keeping good tabs on them in case they rotate or anything like that. It does help, though, that they also have this crate to be able to loot as well. So that, yeah, that is something they can work with. Now, there's a lot of teams still alive. I think 9 still around with 25 total players this late into stage 6. And for a good reason. I mean, the buildings is definitely one. With GG having the top side of the buildings, and we talked a little bit, right, about how we expected some teams to be at the bottom side of a building, some to be at the top side here. Nemesis, despite losing 2, hasn't been displaced at all. They're just really hunkering down and keeping themselves very, very safe, keeping their head low. OF as well. iTurk still hasn't been found. The only team that's really getting active and moving around the map is KE. And for me personally, I would love for them to be able to find a way into the town a little bit more quicker. Since if the circle shifts, it's going to be harder for them to go down that terrain where they'd be so vulnerable to firepower, or gunfire, excuse me, from different high buildings.
True enough, and right now, teams are just trying to really get a firm grasp of the current scenario, and it shrinks further into St. Martin directly. Okay, for those who are already inbound, that's great news, especially for the side of TTQ. Which means KE now is kind of stuck over onto the high ground, and they gotta find a way to rush into the city. And that is gonna be a long journey of a drive. Aja now, getting shredded apart. We're coming from the side of campus. They are just trying to make do with whatever that they could find right now, but it's only a couple of knocks. That's the best that they could achieve. They gotta get ready on their wheels to start to march right into the city and hope not to crash into another team directly upon arrival. As for the side of Aja, finally reaching the edge of the circle. We'll be going for the pickup without any form of a firm challenge coming from the rest of the party. So now, Aja, they can afford to trade back because they know KE will eventually need to descend.
They really do. So hard to really find their way into the circle. There we go. That's exactly what I was talking about here. iTurk can do so much damage. He's alone. Already confirming 1 elim. Hopes to find another. But KE is so quick to take up that space. Campus is already inside of the building here. But iTurk decides, okay, let's play in this corner here. What, he only has 1 nade and 1 molly to work with and only 1 smoke. So, really, time and utility really was on his side, but at the very least, he managed to get 1 elimination before going down, so point to point.
That's true. Meanwhile, Campus is looking at his fallen teammates like thinking, should I actually go in for a save? It's a little too risky to actually extend over onto the outskirts right now when they finally have gotten into the zone already. But as a matter of fact, the spot that Corelio is currently knocked under is still pretty much covered, which is why perhaps they could actually take a couple more minutes before doing so to rush into the compound. But hey, it's still a decent exchange. A point for iTurk in that essence, and now going over the side of Aja Esports. They've been holding this edge for a very long time now, but the challenge is to cut across that street, and looks to me that TTQ is not going to allow that to happen. So it's been a real quiet run after the commotion that TTQ had. They fought their way out. They drove their way into the city. 7 points to try to match up to both Hive as well as the one with the edge now, KE. But numbers don't really look too good after those kind of commotion. While TTQ assessing the situation because they're expecting to be attacked from multiple angles at the very same time. So I'm afraid they will be absolutely overwhelmed because they're taking different side of the compounds by themselves.
Southern side as well. Now, one building will be inhabited by 2 teams. It's Nemesis' building that's being, I would say, breached right now. At the same time, Hive is just slowly making his way into this area. Won already the angle and the fight as Pretzel slowly makes his way closer and closer to the other teams that's being annihilated. Speaking of annihilated, it's gonna be 2-on-4. Can't do much there. They were very unlucky, a bit more late to the party when it comes to rotations. And when you don't secure yourself a compound, when you are at least a little bit more fairly early, it's going to be even harder for you to move around, the areas as well. You're forced to go for these fights inside of the compound. You have another compound that's taken in that's going to try and third party as well. We've seen a lot of that in this particular ending. You have Joseph waiting outside. I do like this corner he's holding because if anyone were to rotate out, he could just pop his head out and just spray. But circle position wise, not in his favor. So players like BKE, K99K has to keep his head down, has just really thrown himself forward. Hope that no one sees him as he slowly tries to breach through into all of these defenses. This is a very, very slow ending to the map with so many teams still alive.
I certainly agree with you, Tash, but it's all about to come to a close. We're already having stage 9 wrapping things up, and there we go. Casualty number 1. It's going to be now X from the side of GG. As these 7 teams brawl their way through the fire, through the smokes, and skilling through walls. Every single corner is going to be absolutely occupied as Hive International soaks in that grenade. Pretzel down and out. I'm surprised that TTQ is still bringing up the fight, despite losing 1 against the rest of Hive earlier on. Finding Austria members, True and True Campus somehow claws their way into a top 6. And now, Big Nate's sent across, finding Lucky, not quite just yet. Hive, they're depleted, and it's going to be a tough run across the street.
This is incredibly messy and skirmishy. You don't know which angle is clear or not just because of the sheer amount of people around. And as soon as you try to move into a different part, there's mollies, there's grenades coming at you, and you're stuck. With TTQ with 7 eliminations, one of their best performances today at 5th. KE looks so unstoppable right now. The one team that is the healthiest is Hive, still with the 4. Range just got picked up. I don't think that Nate should clip him. So Monboy brings him in and support comes through, which does keep the rest of KE at bay. Thank you very much for that cover, and we will just slowly move back. Pretzel, great opening onto Kaya, even a lockdown on him as well. Eliminated. And KE, what are you gonna do with 2 versus 4? You don't have a lot of space either. Hive, beautiful positioning on the top side of the building alongside a lot of the parts of these areas. Malbrubu, great sprays, goes up. Range also falls. Monboy jumps out into the crosshairs. A bit too aggressive. He almost dies there. And all Brubu can do is just secure those kills. And he does. Catches him off guard. And somehow, KE manages to turn things around at the last possible moment.
Phenomenal! Absolutely phenomenal! They only had 2 members left and they had to fight through the entire city and still walked out with the chicken dinner. That was absolutely intense, and there's just the lack of space that Hive was trying to work with, and the time that they really have to sprint through the streets, they really run out of space. But you could say the same about the final remainders of KE. He was lacking the cover wall, so he says, screw that, I'm just gonna go out there, take a swing at it with that DBS to secure it. Babarubu, 7 limbs, the best showing that we've seen coming in from this Cambodian squad. And I'm happy, Tash, I finally get my prediction right by the tail end of the night. In a very unlikely pick as well. So, that being said though, this is gonna be a major shift as we peel through the highlights to close off the night. And an astonishing finish coming in from the side of KE. And of course, that scramble in the city of St. Martin is one urban fight that we will always remember. And of course, KE, this is their golden moment. And as much as Hive was fighting tooth and nail, they were so close to that chicken dinner as well. It really needed maybe the last effort to finish off that final member of KE in order to do so, but they've gotten enough limbs as well, with total 12. So these two, they've basically wiped out the half of the lobby by themselves, but Malbarubu, he almost took on 2 full squads by himself in this match.
You know, it's really interesting when you look at Marl Burubu. He's always been a little bit more quiet compared to, say, Campus, his teammate, right? But for him in this round, he really took up that mantle, decided that he needed to be the one to go a little bit on more of the aggressive stance compared to his teammates. And it's nice to see that because it shows that he does have that firepower capability. He's not so locked in to the role or task that he has to be, that has been, you know, assigned to him by his teammates. KE looks so good right now. We saw a bit of the flashes of that on day number 1, and I think that as days go by, they start to find their groove. It's starting to translate into the game. 24 points, a whopping amount of points, if you ask me. I think this puts them in league with, say, Hive as well as Yango Galacticos in the almost 30s club. So good on them for that as well. Now, aggression didn't stop at KE because we saw that happening through Hive as well, which fought their way throughout the entirety of the rotations and into that circle. I think 2 and 4 almost tried to do the same. I think they only managed to get 3 because they were barely able to just really squeeze through into that circle.
Yeah, I definitely say that 2 and 4, they had their fair share of struggle. They met YG and GGZ very early up north before that circle even shrink right into St. Martin. So, of course, that will be a little halt for the side of 2 and 4, but they've achieved more than enough, right? Yeah. There is a disparity of like more than 40 over points up against Hive International. So, of course, the race will continue on tomorrow when one of the groups will be taking a break, whereas that we'll see KE leapfrogging the likes of BKE to move into top 9, tying it together with GG.
Wow.
Okay, this is incredible.
BKE
this
as well.
Yeah, it was a very big wow factor that they really brought in, and you see 4 Cambodian teams basically side by side to try to move into the grand finals all together. And of course, the MVP of the day so far has been Hive members all throughout, but Range was the one with the show-stopping performance. With an average damage of 460, that's almost a full squad that he could take out by himself.
Yeah, he's definitely capable of doing so. I think one thing's for sure is range, like his name. He has some really good range of just kind of like taking fights from either long range or even short range. If we were to see Hive, I think if I were to compare all the players, right, they all are very capable of doing so. But at the same time, you gotta give it to range. I hate saying the word range. It's such a word and also a name, right? He has a great range for playing the game. I don't need it to be a pun. I just don't have another word to use. So there's that. Regardless, today has been quite a phenomenal day, if you ask me, in terms of games. It's been great. I mean, except for map 2, which I feel like the tempo was incredibly slow and everyone seemed to just kind of like try to figure out what to expect from today. But the rest of it, people are starting to not only get a little bit more excited, a little bit more, a little bit more aggressive. But most importantly, you start to see that everyone just wants to start to play their game instead of letting a single or team or two sort of like dictate how the day is going to go. Yango Galacticos that, came in for their first day and started dominating didn't seem as untouchable today. It felt like, a lot of other teams are showing us that the skill gap between the top teams and the lower teams have really started to dwindle. And it's getting more and more competitive in this league.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that kind of statement because, of course, a lot of these teams, they are really squeezing every last drop of points for them to accumulate so that they could make it to the grand finals, because it's based on their ranking points by the end of the round. And then when you tabulate 2 weeks, do you actually have enough against some of those who basically have done so much more work back in week 1? So I love this step up. It is definitely something that we have been waiting for since week 1, that teams are finally agreeing that, hey, it's not going to be a case where we're just going to sit back and allow teams to push us. We got to start doing the pushing ourselves as well. So I love the pace. I love all these kind of really commanding pressure that has been built up by all these members across the groups. From the mid pack all the way down to the bottom, they all have something to offer.
Yeah, and honestly as well, right? I think the amount of eliminations from day one all the way till today has also increased across all the teams as well. I think a lot of teams are starting to understand that going the route of just getting placement points doesn't really translate to the amount of points that they're going to get, especially when you are at a predicament where you might not go out of the game with 0 points. So you gotta get a little bit more proactive as you move around the area of the map. So as we end today, I have to say thank you guys for spending your Friday night with us, because we have 2 more days of this final league week. Saturday and Sunday is left, so stay with us until the weekend to see which top 16 team will be making it to the grand finals next week. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.